Hello, Internet. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. I am not scrambling last minute, and am totally running behind, and have forgotten everything, including my head today. That is not at all what's going on. Okay, so, as usual, trying to recall last week, I could remember absolutely nothing. And so, skimming back, I know why. Because, well, things did actually happen. They were very boringly written. But we did have a couple things of note. We have, roommate Kate is now engaged to Christian's brother, so that plan worked. They both got one. Ditzy women. Because, even though Kate's supposed to be a journalism major and supposedly smart and stuff, she has not come across that way. And everything that we've been told about her is that she looks very good in a bikini and she vacations a lot. And I also remind you that 6 people who supposedly all have careers were able to drop everything they were doing at a moment's notice to fly to Aspen with like literally 2 to 3 hours notice. That's not how real people are. And I don't care how rich you are. If you have an actual job, you cannot just literally call in at like 8 in the morning and say, "Oh, I'm not coming into work today because I'm going to Aspen." So, no, and stop it. But that is what happened. So they all took off for Aspen. I don't think anybody actually skied. So we had a bunch of rich people. Hello, Sithel! My Dragon Lord, you are as always awesome. I'm getting the ducks out. We will put them on the stage once we are on officially. All the ducks have names now. They've all been officially named. We do, because some people could not be here, but still wanted to participate. We do have a duck, a singular duck that will be drawn at some point. And potentially given a name. I don't have permission to name this one, so we're gonna have to wait. But there's still a lot of options for ducks. There's some that I would like to actually see properly because I think I know what they are. And hopefully there are no more that I have no clue what they are because that was unintentional. I didn't think there would be mystery ducks. Okay, I picked, honest to God, the cheapest 25 ducks that they had on Amazon, and whatever showed up is what showed up. Also, I'm very surprised how many different sets of ducks there are. Like, a lot of them seem to overlap and they share different ducks. But then there's like themes. There was a Halloween theme pack, which actually had a really cool witch duck that I kind of want, but there were other ones that I didn't want. You can get cow ducks, Santa ducks, of course. Any color that you want. There's glitter ducks that if I could have just gotten one of each instead of like 10 of each, I definitely would have included some glitter ducks, but they insisted that you buy like 50 and they were expensive, so no. But lots of theme ducks. And I know years and years ago, and I wish I had bought these at the time. I know I found bondage themed ducks. I know I did. They had little ball gags in their mouth and they were the most adorable things ever. There was 4 of them, and I don't remember where I saw them. And when you type that into Amazon, it doesn't understand because they broke their search algorithm like 3 years ago and never fixed it. So now it's dumb. And if you haven't noticed that, lucky you. So what else did they do? We have the engagement of Kate. Oh, there was a fight. An actual fight on the dance floor when some drunken creep grabbed Anastasia's butt, which he definitely should not have done. She, rightly so, got offended and slapped him really hard, which, again, no problem with this. But her reasoning for doing so, big problem, big red flag. Because if she had done it for herself, because how dare you creep, that would have been fine. But she did it so that Christian would not hit the guy because she was afraid that he would either go too far or get in trouble. So she hit said creep to protect other creep, who wound up punching the guy in the face anyway, but then stopped, and that was supposed to be growth of some kind. And by the way, they were at the quote most exclusive club in Aspen that apparently has no security whatsoever. Because a full on brawl happened in the middle of the dance floor and no security appeared. No police were called to arrest anybody. And I get this is a world where cops don't exist. We've seen this multiple times. Again, the high speed chase that I'm never going to let go of. No, they don't have. Okay, the thing with the glitter ducks. So the thing with the glitter ducks is the glitter was like incorporated into the plastic of the duck. So it's not like glued on the outside where it would shed everywhere and I would never get it out. No, no, no. No, I remember glitter from when I was a child. I didn't like the mess that glitter made when I was a child. Not that that ever stopped me, but I was very careful with my glitter. It's true. We really need to consult a cryptozoologist, which is a real thing, by the way. Okay, all rise for the national anthem. As soon as it wants to open.
If you're still struggling with consent,
Oh, that's
just
quiet.
imagine instead of
There we go.
initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure." Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay?
Mhm.
They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
And there we have it. And yes, it took me a minute to figure out what you were saying, but yes, Avalon can kiss my ass. I'm still arguing over that. I haven't even checked. I didn't even check today because I was too busy to see if they cleared it yet. But yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, last week's book club was immediately blocked from any viewing. That's FedEx at the door because, of course, it is. They were told to leave it at the door. Let's see if they do. Because if they knock again, I have to get up. And I don't want to. Why is the duck stage not in view? Why is my camera too zoomed in? My camera's way too zoomed in. What the hell? It was doing this before. Puppy, please. I have to get up. The guy's still standing there. I can tell. I'll be right back. Stop my camera. Yes, I'm coming. I'm coming. Move. Move! You know what? I'm going to yell at you. You don't move. Yes, I know you're a kitty. No, I'm not feeding you right now. You have food. Ah! Knocking shit over! Okay, my camera's an idiot. Let's see if I can fix this on the fly. Don't recommend doing this. There we go. There we go. Did I break the sound? Is the sound still working? I don't know why it started doing that. That's the second time now where my camera has super zoomed in and I didn't tell it to do that. It is? Oh, thank you. Thank you for looking. That's so sweet of you. I'm glad it's back up. Sound is still sounding good. Hi, Sasha. Give her cuddles for me. How's her leg? Is she okay? Okay, so we'll quickly do the ducks. We got Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian. We've decided this is Pink Panther duck. It's been named Inspector Clouseau. I didn't name it. Inspector Clouseau duck. This is Bill and Sally, our cheerleader and polka dot man ducks. And our elephant duck, which I believe was named Dumbo. And we have one duck to draw. So we will see what comes out of the duck bag. I am going to be putting on handcuffs because somebody who couldn't be here sponsored them, but I figured out I can't draw the duck with handcuffs on. It doesn't work because I need my hands too far apart. So this is the duck bag. We're shaking up all the ducks in the duck bag. There is a green dragon in here. I've seen it. It's awesome. So not looking. Not looking, not looking, not looking. Is the bag still on the screen? I hope it's still on the screen. Okay, reaching into the duck bag. Feeling around, see what we get. Random duck. Wait till the moment feels right. And yeah, I know what that one. Which one? Going right to the bottom. This one. Okay, this was on the very, very bottom. What did I get? Something. I don't know what this is. Okay. I only peeked for a second to see if it was still on the screen. Okay, we got this. It is a duck of some kind. I'm not sure what animal has markings like this. I don't think it's a cow. It has horns. There's really nothing on the wings except these marks. We can decide it's a cow duck. The horns, it's got like a little tuft of hair on the top too, which also makes me think cow. So maybe it's just a very fancy cow. It's got like designer markings. Persnickety, huh? Yeah. That would be cute. Okay. Well, I will ask person who sponsored this. For now, I'm gonna go with designer cow duck. I will suggest the name Jelly Roll. Possible we can name cow duck jelly roll. That would be cute. Okay, so it's on stage. I'm going to build a bigger stage. I have figured out how I'm going to do it, which was the hard part. Yeah, right? Yeah, without the horns, I probably would have said Dalmatian as well. Okay, we are resealing the duck bag. These are all the ducks that have not yet been chosen. Oh. All right, ow. That always looks cool on TV, but in reality, no. Okay, I'm not putting these on too tight too early. Okay. And there we go. And YouTube, as always, these have safety buttons because I'm not an idiot. Unlike the people in this book, which we will now be getting on with for reasons unknown. Somebody explained it to me in a dream once, but I wasn't listening. Oh. You know, I think I checked the page count this week. I'm just going to go ahead and say that I did, and that it's fine. Why? We don't have a Darth Vader duck. There might be one in the bag. There's some dark ones. There might be a Darth Vader duck for all I know. I'm dead certain there are Star Wars ducks out there. There's got to be. Somebody has got to have done a series of like all the Star Wars characters as rubber ducks. This has to have happened. Chapter 16. Do you want me to send her away? Hannah asks, alarmed at my expression. No. Where is she? In reception. She's not alone. She's accompanied by another young woman. Who arrived? Hold on, I need to go back one page. Who the blip is here? Oh, Layla. Oh, Ghost Girl. Huh. You are correct. The ducks on the shelves are the chosen ones. This is true. You are adorable. So, Ghost Girl has shown up. Yes, it is. It is the definition of this book. And also butts. But yes, so Ghost Girl has arrived at Anastasia's office because she knows where that is somehow. I think she confronted her outside of it once, maybe. I don't know. But she's accompanied by someone because she should be in a psych ward still for several months after what she did and then probably in jail. Not that I think that fixes anything, but I'm pretty sure Christian said he arranged to like not have charges as long as she went to the psych ward, which she should not be out of in this like matter of like 3 weeks. Not for what she did or her level of loony. Oh, and Miss Prescott wants to talk to you, and Kitty is choosing now to loudly rearrange his litter box because he can. Hannah adds, I'm sure she does. Send her in. Hannah stands aside, and Prescott enters my office. She's on a mission, bristling with professional efficiency. Give me a moment, Hannah. Prescott, take a seat. Hannah closes the door, leaving Prescott and me alone. Mrs. Gray, Layla Williams is on your prescribed list of visitors. I'm sorry, did you mean to write prohibited? Because she's clearly saying, like, I'm not supposed to let this person near you. But prescribed is the opposite of what you mean. Did you look up the wrong thing in the thesaurus? Because this is just wrong. What? I have a prescribed list? No fucking duh. Hi, Kitty, who's being loud. He has the zoomies now. And when he's zoomy, he tends to be loud. On our watch list, ma'am. Taylor and Welch have been quite specific about not letting her come in contact with you. Yeah, you meant prohibited or some other variation thereof. You did not mean proscribed in any way, because that is not that word. I frown, not understanding. Is she dangerous? I can't say, ma'am. Okay, why would you have to ask if she's dangerous? She shot a gun in your vicinity. She shot a gun at you. I mean, she missed you on purpose, but still. Yes, she's dangerous. I'd be asking why she's out of the psych ward. I know, right? No, I want Layla to be like, I'm only pretending to be sane. I know what Christian's going to do to you, and in 6 months when you're gone one way or the other, and imply that she knows the other ones are dead, I'll still be here waiting for him. Like, do that. That would be better. Because we've already seen Christian's getting bored with her. That's why I had to spice things up in a scene that I will never get out of my head or remember in equal measure. It actually just made my stomach roll thinking about it. So I'm gonna stop doing that. Why do I even know that she's here? I'm sorry. Why do I even know that she's here? Because what? They were supposed to arrest her? What? And yes, she meant the crazy lady was supposed to come in. That's what I thought too. Prescott swallows and for a moment looks awkward. I was on a restroom break. She came in, spoke directly to Claire, and Claire called Hannah. Oh, so yes, we were supposed to stop her in reception from ever getting this far and basically throw her out. Oh, I see. I realize that even Prescott has to pee, and I laugh. Oh dear. Yes, ma'am. Prescott gives me an embarrassed grin, and it's the first time I've seen a chink in her armor. She has a lovely smile. I need to talk to Claire about protocol again, she says. Her tone is weary. Sure. Does Taylor know she's here? I cross my fingers unconsciously, hoping she hasn't told Christian. Yeah, right. This. Do you know your bodyguards are required to report on your every flippin' move? Like, they text him if you eat a flippin' cracker, okay? Have you not figured this out, having been told repeatedly? See, that's what's annoying about how stupid she is. She's not just stupid, she's deliberately oblivious. Because she's been told this things multiple times, has done nothing about it, and is making like she's fine with it. So, you haven't given him a reason to stop. I left a brief voice message for him. Oh, and I only have a short time, and I'd like to know what she wants. So she knows that Christian is going to beeline over here and make a scene again. Nobody in this office is ever going to respect her at all. She has to be the biggest laughingstock ever. Not just because he bought her the company, but because he's now showing up for like a third or fourth time, I've lost track, making a big scene because she did something he doesn't like. And the walls are not soundproof. Everybody's going to know their business. I know, right? Like, they could have. I know! Yes, she did. Yeah. Leave the crazy lady standing right outside the office with some kind of a handler or minder, I imagine. Or possibly her parents. If it's her parents, this is going to be one hella awkward conversation because how much do you think they know and don't know? Prescott gazes at me for a moment. I must advise against it, ma'am. She's here to see me for a reason. I'm supposed to prevent that, ma'am. Her voice is soft but resigned. I really want to hear what she has to say. My tone is more forceful than I intend. Prescott stifles her sigh. I'd like to search them both before you do. Because they brought a gun here? Do you even know who this other person is? Because you've not said. And it must be great to be told by bodyguards that supposedly work for you, but let's face it, they only work for her husband, that they will control who is allowed in and out of your professional work office. That's great. Do you know how many authors have criminal records because they're kind of crazy some of the time, or just are kind of crazy some of the time? Like, how long until he starts keeping authors she needs to meet with out of her office because they're too handsome, or he thinks they flirted with her, and so they're on the prescribed list now. This is going to happen. Okay, can you do that? No, legally she cannot do that. I don't even need to ask Artie. The answer's fuck no. I'm here to protect you, Mrs. Gray, so yes, I can. That's not the right answer. I'd also like you to stay. I'd also like to stay with you while you talk, so I can record the entire conversation and patch it through to your husband who will be listening. She didn't say that, but it's true. Okay, I'll grant her this concession. Besides, last time I met Layla, she was armed. Go ahead. Prescott rises. Hannah, I call. Hannah opens the door too quickly. She must have been hovering outside. Well, I told you the walls are not soundproof, ditz. Can you check and see if the meeting room is free, please? I already have, and it's good to go. See, it's nothing like quality help. Right? It does. I know. The two of them very much are in, like, narcissistic bubble world. Why do I feel like my lighting is off tonight? Like, I feel like it's really dark in here. Yes, ma'am. We'll be there in 5 minutes then. Hannah, show Layla Williams and whoever she's with into the meeting room. You didn't get a name? You can't ask who this other person is? Or do we not care? Will do. Hannah looks anxiously from Prescott to me. Shall I cancel your next meeting? It's at 4, but it's across town. Ugh. I actually drank a Red Bull today and it's not doing jack. Will do. Yes, I demur, distracted. Hannah nods and then leaves. I murmur, distracted. Hannah nods, then leaves. What the hell does Layla want? I don't think she's here to do me any harm. She didn't in the past when she had the opportunity. Christian is going to go nuts. Yes, but when doesn't he? If it wasn't this, it would be something else. My subconscious purses her lips primly and crosses her legs and nods. I need to tell him that I'm doing this. Why? And why do you need to tell him right now? And also, he already knows, and you know that he already knows. You know that your bodyguard already told him she told you she did. So he already knows. I type a quick email, then pause, checking the time. I feel a momentary pang of regret. We've been getting along so well since Aspen. That was yesterday. I press send. Now we have another email that takes up most of a page. From her to him, subject visitors. Christian, Layla is here to see me. I will see her with Prescott. I'll use my newly acquired slapping skills with my now healed hand should I need to. Try, and I mean try, not to worry. I am a big girl. We'll call once we've spoken. A. Okay, so what did you jinx? Snickerdoodles, what did you do? Oh. Yeah, if there's a scene of him peeing later, I'm blaming you. Or if there is any kind of golden shower play, which they haven't done yet, but I believe it's been alluded to, I'm also blaming you for that. Hurriedly, I hide my Blackberry in the desk drawer. I stand smoothing my gray Ugh. Pencil skirt over my hips, pinch my cheeks to give them some color. They have makeup for that. And undo the next button on my gray silk blouse because I need to show cleavage to the crazy girl. Okay, I'm ready. After taking a deep breath, I head out of my office to meet the infamous Layla, ignoring your love is your love is king humming gently from inside my desk. I assume this is Christian's ringtone. How appropriate that it has the word king in it. Layla looks much better. More than better. She's very attractive. Oh my god, you're jealous of Ghost Girl. Woman, he put a ring on you, not her. And has made it very clear he's not interested in her. Also, she's nuts. But no, she's attractive. There's a rosy bloom to her cheeks, and her brown eyes are bright, her hair clean and shiny. She's dressed in a pale pink blouse and white pants. She stands as soon as I enter the meeting room, as does her friend, another dark haired young woman with soft brown eyes the color of brandy. Prescott hovers in the corner, not taking her eyes off Layla. This is overprotective. Mrs. Gray, thank you so much for seeing us. Layla's voice is soft but clear. Sorry about the security, I mutter because I cannot think what else to say. I wave my hand distractedly at Prescott. This is my friend Susie. Hi, I nod at Susie. It's Susi. She looks like Layla. She looks like me. Oh no, another one. Yep. Here we go. Okay, so we actually get to see one of the other four that we're told. Yeah, that we're told are alive. We now have names for two of them. Yes, Layla says as if reading my thoughts. Susie knows Mr. Gray too. What the hell am I supposed to say to that? Bear. I give her a polite smile. Please sit, I murmur. There's a knock at the door. It's Hannah. I motion her in, knowing full well why she's disturbing us. Company gossip, duh. Sorry to interrupt, Anna, but I have Mr. Gray on the line. Ha! There it is. Yep. Can't get can't get her to answer the cell phone call. The reception. Tell him I'm busy. He was quite insistent, she says fearfully. He has the power to fire her for this. Get a clue. I'm sure he was. Would you apologize to him and say I'll call him back very shortly? Hannah hesitates. Hannah, please. Okay, this is also why she needs to quit and give this up already, because it's very clear already that the staff knows who they really answer to, and it's not her. So, bitch, you ain't in charge of fuck, no matter what the name on the door says. You are not in charge of fuck at your own workplace. You have no respect and no chance of ever making a real career out of this. Absolutely none. Your dear hubby has absolutely torpedoed your career before you ever had one and has so destroyed any reputation you might have ever had that even bouncing to a new profession is going to be hard enough because he's going to do the same shit again. Oh, right? Yeah. I know, right? Now she knows. She knows he has a type. She knows about the mommy stuff. Like I said, she just forgets things when she wants to. And also, yeah, the security is in the room. Like I said, I'm very surprised security is not holding the phone in her hand on speakerphone with him listening in. Because you could do that. Conference calling is a thing. And it was a thing when this was a thing. So, yeah. Uh, Typing one-handed sucks. Is it actually typing? It is good. I know, right? Who would have thought? Brain dead twit is a brain dead twit. Oh, stretch, 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 stretch. She nods and scurries out of the room. I turn back to the two women sitting in front of me. They're both staring at me in awe. It's uncomfortable. What can I do for you? I ask. Susie speaks. I know this is all kinds of weird, but I wanted to meet you too. The woman who captured Chris. I hold my hand up and stop her mid-sentence. I don't want to hear this. I get the picture, I mutter. Why are they here? Because we wanted to see who landed him that wasn't us? Like, ridiculous. Chicken type with one hand. Thank you. There's a reason the word chicken scratch means what it does. Not that my actual handwriting is even as good as chicken scratch, because it's not. It's atrocious. I can't read my own writing half the time, and that's when I'm trying. Should see me when I'm not trying. Hieroglyphics are easier to read even if you don't speak ancient Egyptian. Yeah, exactly. She did not. Yes, thank you. Yeah, he's the one who is the beast, okay? He captured her, literally. He took her hostage and kidnapped her a couple of times. No one know this. We call ourselves the Sub Club. She grins at me, her eyes shining with his past subbies meet up and have a club. Please tell me they burn effigies of him and talk about ways to murder him and hide his body. Oh my god. Yeah, that would be, honest to God, be my answer too. Layla gasps and gapes at Sussy, at once amused and appalled. Sussy winces. I suspect Layla kicked her under the table. What the hell am I supposed to say to that? Fair. I glance nervously at Prescott, who remains impassive, her eyes never leaving Layla. Sussy seems to remember herself. She blushes and then nods and stands. I'll wait in reception. This is Lulu's show. I can tell she's embarrassed. So why were you here, bitch? This is the friend who just wanted to be there just to see Anastasia. That's it. Yes! Yeah, the NDAs that are worth about as much as the one Trump makes people sign. Yeah, Survivors Club. Note it only has 4 members, as we've established. Lulu? Yeah, we don't get a last name for her, so. He'll be okay, she asks Layla, who smiles up at her. Susie gives me a large, open, genuine smile and exits the room. Susie and Christian. It's not a thought I want to dwell on. Prescott takes her phone out of her pocket and answers it. I didn't hear it ring. There's this thing called vibrator mode. Mr. Gray, she says, hey, the security does have a cell phone. He does remember that they have a cell phone. She says. Layla and I turn and look at her. Prescott closes her eyes as if in pain. She's just been told she's fired, I'm sure. Yes, sir, she says, stepping forward and hands me the phone. I roll my eyes. Christian, I murmur, trying to contain my exasperation. I stand and stride briskly out of the room. Okay, how about taking the phone, hanging it up, and handing it back? I'm in a meeting, whether you like it or not. You don't get to interrupt. Set a fucking standard. What the fuck are you playing at? He shouts. He's seething. When is he not? Don't shout at me. What do you mean, don't shout at you? I mean, don't shout at me, you fucking bastard. Like, number one thing that I don't like about American border guards and American cops is they always, always, always shout. Like, for random reasons, I was thinking about the time I took a train from here to Rochester, New York. It's the first time I ever crossed the border. So the train stops. People get on, you have a customs card, you're bringing XYZ, which I wasn't, and I was only going for a weekend. And everyone on this train, which was very, like, empty. There's, like, 5 people in my car and probably the same throughout the train. It's, like, average weekend, not a holiday or anything. And it was just a bunch of tourists going for a weekend. And yet this one jag-off cop, there were 4, the other 3 were fine, but this guy was apparently in charge. What a big swinging dick he was. fucking shouting the entire goddamn time, screaming at the top of his lungs, acting like he's inspecting, I don't know, captured Taliban refugees for IEDs. I don't know, but something like that. And now it's clicking what I said. Shut up. I was making up a thing. But you know what I'm saying. He was acting like that and shouting and screaming the whole time. And it's like, dude, where in the hell do you think you are? Like, you got a bunch of Canadian tourists, half of whom are children, and you're screaming and stomping and yelling at people, and like, why? You don't actually have to be the world's biggest asshole. Like, he almost made a little kid cry. And again, for absolutely no reason at all, because there was nothing wrong with anything. Like, what in the bleep? What do you mean don't shout at you? He shouts louder this time. I gave specific instructions, which you have completely disregarded. Again, I'm not your dog, bro. Though any dog would be smarter than her. Because if you hit a dog, they don't do the thing again. Whereas if you hit her, she just lets you keep hitting her and then complains about it. Hell, Anna, I'm fucking furious. Yeah, you need anger management and an actual therapist and probably drugs. They do make anti-rage drugs. I would like to be on them most of the time. When you're calmer, we'll talk about this. Don't you hang up on me, he hisses. Goodbye, Christian. I hang up and switch off Prescott's phone. Okay, idiot, all you did was make that worse. You should have just hung up and not even spoken to him because he's not in a place to be spoken to. He's in like rage lunatic land. There's nothing you can say that is going to get through to him at this point, so all it's going to do is make him more angry. So don't talk to him. And yes, never hit a dog. Never ever hit a dog. I know. I will say Bo has gotten the occasional tap on the nose when he was being a very, very bad boy. Mostly by that, I mean he was trying to steal food from right in front of me, so he got tapped on the nose to remind him that, hey, I can see you, don't do that. Granted, it was for chicken. So, he's usually willing to take a risk for chicken. He could never live in the country. Somebody would have shot him for killing their chickens. Yeah, I need to remember that more. Because I do carry a very big stick. Oh, God! Yes, that bitch. Yeah, and it wasn't just a dog. There was like a goat and something else that she shot too. And then didn't she lie about like having been to North Korea and meeting with Kim Jong Un, or also other world leaders that she never met, or something like that? I was actually surprised they didn't pull her book. Like, I know it was already out and it was being sold, but with all the lies they came up with, I was like, and they didn't pull it off the shelves. Like, even the publisher, to like preserve their reputation. Not that I think she was with a big publisher, so they maybe don't care, or maybe they needed the money. All right, let's see. Can I turn these? I can't. There's one. Why does my right wrist always feel bigger than my left wrist? And that just cinched itself, and it should not have done that. Oh, it was probably like halfway. Okay, we're getting behind. Where did we start? Oh yeah, we behind. Okay. It's okay. We'll fix it. Oh, she said something about killing horses? Ew, I don't want to know. Ew. Ew. And also, who the hell even is she? I don't remember, like, politically who the fuck she is. Because I don't think she's the governor of a state or anything. Like, is she just a paid talking head? Like, no, did anyone else see that Don Jr. got daddy to make his now ex-fiance because he's been seen dating someone else and confirmed that, yes, Kimberly Guilfoyle is now the ex. But she's also going to be, like, ambassador to Greece. So I guess that's her, like, severance package for dating him for, like, 5 years and giving those really coked up speeches. She's governor of South Dakota. She is the governor of a state, for real? South Dakota, seriously. I know, like, nobody lives there. It's one of those states that, why is it a state? But you couldn't have done better than that? There wasn't a dog you could have elected instead? Like, I know of at least 3 towns that have at one time elected a dog as mayor. I'm waiting for a town where they elect a dog as dog catcher, because that would be the best ever. Yes, we will blame Christian because nobody blames him for anything, including his family. His family are very much responsible for his level of egregious attitude, because you know mommy daddy bailed him out. Like, he said he got kicked out of several schools, but that's probably the only consequences he ever faced. Like, do we think he was getting grounded or made to take responsibility for his actions when he beat the shit out of somebody? No, I don't think so. Please do not drop links in my chat. If you do it again, you're out. It's on Twitch and I can't do anything without logging into Twitch, which I'm not going to do right now. I will if I have to, but don't make me have to, person, or I'm going to be very mad and report your account. Okay, so she hung up on him. Good for her. Should have done sooner. Holy shit. A link for the Discord is fine. Links that are mine are fine. Unsolicited links to things that I do not know what the hell they are, no. I don't have long with Layla. Taking a deep breath, I re-enter the meeting room. Both Layla and Prescott look up at me expectantly, and I hand Prescott her phone. Why do you want to talk to her? I still don't know why they're having a meeting. Where were we? I ask as Layla and I sit back I ask Layla as I sit back down opposite her. Her eyes widen slightly. Yes, apparently, I handle him, I want to say to her, but I don't think she wants to hear that. You don't handle him. You don't handle him in any way. You ignore him until his fit gets too big to ignore, or he's in your face, and then he punishes you violently and viciously later, and you resent him for it until he buys you something shiny. Or pretends to say sorry. Layla fiddles nervously with the end of her hair. First, I wanted to apologize, she says. Oh. She glances up and registers my surprise. Yes, she says quickly. And to thank you for not pressing charges. You know, for your car and in your apartment. Because it's totally up to her. And she had any say in that at all. She didn't even know. Yes, right? Like, the psych hospital would have had to report it. Oh, come on, phone. Emergency alert's going off. Okay, thank you, said Thale. Yeah, they irked me too. I'm just not good at using Twitch. Plus, I don't usually have it up. Because I can only have so many windows up or else my computer gets temperamental and cranky. Oh, and the person who is messaging me privately, I am now looking at that on my phone because it doesn't pop up for long enough on my screen because notifications suck. So when you're chatting on a different thing and it has to pop up notifications, they suck. Like sometimes they make the noise and don't pop up, or they pop up for like literally half of 1 second and I can't read it. So it might take me a minute to answer you, but I will answer you. And also, just FYI to anyone who doesn't know, there's a 20 to 30-second delay between the chat and the video. So if you say something in chat, you got to wait like 30 seconds before I can see it. Layla fiddles nervously with the ends of her hair. First, I want to apologize, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I may rip the book in half because it's this half being so thick now that's shadowing the other half and making it really hard to read. Ugh. Okay. I despise cracking the spine on a book, and I'm going to skin this later, but I needed to do it. Ow! Oh, my OCD is going to get me. Uh-huh. I know you weren't. Well, I murmur, reeling. I hadn't expected an apology. Really, because I wouldn't have thought she was here for any other reason. Mm. Ugh. Ugh. I know I'm setting it on fire later, and next week I will have the burn video for 50 Shades Darker. I literally couldn't do it today because there was fire alarm testing, and I didn't want to risk it. But I am gonna do it over the week. I need to clean my bathroom anyway, so I'm gonna burn it and then clean. I do need to find a good music video or music to go over it, but the YouTube library hasn't let me down yet. No, I wasn't. You're feeling better now? I asked gently. Much, thank you. Did your doctor know you're here? She shakes her head. Oh, yeah, no, of course her doctors don't know she's there because they would have told her not to do it. Because this is not healthy. Even if she just wants to apologize, this is not healthy. Like, she shouldn't be here and she shouldn't be bringing other subs around. She looks subtly guilty. I know I'll have to deal with the fallout for this later, meaning Christian's going to call and yell at me. But I had to get some things, and I wanted to see Sissy and you and Mr. Cray. You want to see Christian. My stomach free falls to the floor. That's why she's here. Yes, I wanted to ask if that would be okay. How about no? I'm coming down on the side of no. These are two people that need to stay away from each other, and I don't care if she blows his fucking head off. But I mean, for Layla's sake, she needs to never see him again. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Holy fuck, I gape at her, and I want to tell her that it's not okay, and you should. I don't want her anywhere near my husband. Why is she here? To assess the opposition? To unsettle me? Or perhaps she needs this as some sort of closure. Layla, I flounder, exasperated. It's not up to me. It's up to Christian. You'll need to ask him. He doesn't need my permission. He's a grown man. Most of the time. She said that out loud. She gazes at me for a fraction of a beat as if surprised by my reaction and then laughs softly, nervously twiddling the ends of her hair. He's going to burst in on them and yell at both of them. He's repeatedly refused my request to see him, she says quietly. Take the hint. Also, her therapists suck, and the psych ward she was in sucks if they were allowing her to contact him in any way. He's repeatedly refused, blah, blah. Oh shit, I'm in more trouble than I thought. Well, not if he didn't tell you this was going on. See the problem when you don't tell people things? They don't know things. Dumbass. To thank him, I'd be rotting in a stinking prison psychiatric facility if it weren't for him, I know that. She glances down and runs her finger along the edge of the table. I suffered a serious psychotic episode. And without Mr. Gray and John, Dr. Flynn, she shrugs and gazes down at me once more, her face full of gratitude. Yes, the guy that did this to me intentionally and knowingly didn't send me to jail when he could have, when everything is entirely his fault. And he made it worse several times by continuing to be a jackass and hiding things. Once again, I'm speechless. What does she expect me to say? Surely she should be saying these things to Christian and not to me. And for art school. I can't thank him enough for that. I knew it. Christian is funding her classes. Well, what the hell did you think? Like there was another option? I remain expressionless, tentatively exploring my feelings for this woman now that she has confirmed my suspicion about Christian's generosity. To my surprise, I feel no ill will towards her. It's a revelation, and I'm glad she's better. Now, hopefully, she can move on with our life and out of ours. Yeah, I don't blame Layla for what Layla did either. I blame your husband. And so should you. Are you missing classes right now? I ask because I'm interested. No, you're not. Only two. I head home tomorrow. Oh, good. What are your plans while you're here? Pick up my belongings from Sussy, return to Hamden, continue painting and learning. Mr. Gray already has a couple of my paintings. He does. Oh, bad boy. What the hell? My stomach plunges into the basement once more. Are they hanging in my living room? I bridle at the thought. What sort of paintings do you do? Abstract mainly. I see. My mind flits through the now familiar paintings in the great room. Two by his ex-sub, possibly. She. No, that was Anastasia saying she has no ill will towards Layla. Ugh. I'm not getting stuffy for no reason. Mrs. Gray, can I speak frankly? She asks, completely oblivious to my warring emotions. By all means, I mutter, glancing at Prescott, who looks like she's relaxed a little. Layla leans forward as if to impart a long held secret. I love Jeff, my boyfriend who died earlier this year. Her voice drops to a sad whisper. Holy shit, she's getting personal. How did you think this was not going to be personal? I'm so sorry, I mutter automatically, but she continues as if she hasn't heard me. I loved my husband. And one other, she murmurs. My husband. The two words are out of my mouth before I can stop them. Yes, she mouths the word. It's not news to me. When she lifts her brown eyes to mine, they are wide with conflicting emotions, and the overriding one seems to be apprehension of my reaction, perhaps. But my overwhelming response is to this poor young woman is compassion. It's fair. That's what Layla deserves. That's what I give her. And yes, Sethel, you're right. She is definitely not. Yeah. Last week I had a very good idea of like I said, last week they did an essay fantasy, so and when you're doing that, it just shows he is getting bored already. And we did the math. He's had Anastasia for about 5 to 6 months now, which is his limit with any of his subs. It's when he gets bored with them and trades them in for a new model. So that's what's happening with Anastasia. She just doesn't know it yet. Mentally, I run through all the classical literature I can think of that deals with unrequited love. Swallowing hard, I clutch the moral high ground. You ain't standing there, bitch. I don't know where the fuck you standing, but it sure as hell ain't the moral high ground of nothing. I know he's very. Oh! This may be the worst line in this book, and that's saying something. I know he's very easy to love. He's very easy to love, I whisper. Her eyes widen further in surprise as she smiles. Yes, he is. Was. She corrects herself and blushes. She's still got it for him bad. Entirely. Like, she is not over him. This is hella unhealthy. This is not good. She should not be here. She should not be out of a psychiatric hospital that quickly with what she's done and attending art school in a matter of like 3 weeks. That's not how people work. Yes, they confuse love with Stockholm Syndrome. She corrects herself quickly and blushes. Then she giggles so sweetly I can't help myself. I giggle too. What? Yes, Christian Grey makes us giggly. Ah! I shouldn't have put the highlighter down. Oh my god, yes, Christian Grey makes us giggly. That's the fan base. My subconscious rolls her eyes at me in despair and goes back to reading her dog-eared copy of Jane Eyre. I glance at my watch. Deep down, I know Christian will be here soon. I'm amazed he hasn't crashed through the window like Batman yet. You'll get your chance to see Christian. I thought I would. I know how protective he can be. So Layla is admitting she only came to Anastasia's office because she knew that, the bat signal would be deployed and Christian would appear. So that's her only reason for being here. So this is her scheme. She's very shrewd. Or manipulative, my subconscious whispers. This is manipulative. This is why you're here to see me. Yes, I see. And Christian's playing right into her hands. Reluctantly, I have to acknowledge she knows him well. Like it's hard. He seemed very happy with you, she says. What? How would you know? From when I was in the apartment, she adds cautiously. Oh hell, how could I forget that? Were you there often? No, but he was different with you. So she watched them sleep more than once, or was spying on them more than once. Do I want to hear this? A shudder runs through me. My scalp prickles as I recall my fear when she was the unseen shadow in our apartment. You know it's against the law. Trespassing. Yeah, that's what it was. It was trespassing. It's a little more than that. She nods, gazing down at the table. She runs a fingernail along the edge. It was only a few times, and I got lucky not to get caught. Again, I need to thank Mr. Gray for that. He could have had me thrown in jail. See, this is why she's still in love with him, because she's still doting on him and wanting to thank him, and oh, he's so generous and he's so good looking and so easy to love. She's not over him at all. At all. If anything, she's more dangerous than ever. See, like, I know, spoilers. Actually, I don't know if they changed it for the movie. They may have. But she should be one of the bad guys in the end, because we still have, like, Jack Hyde is in jail, but I'm pretty sure he comes back at some point. But she should be involved in the evil somehow. Yes, I know. But a goldfish would have the sense to stay away because they're predators. Yeah, she does make up 5 minutes of film too. Like, she's there and gone. You can easily miss her character. And I've seen people watching it for the first time who literally question if she is a ghost of a sub that he killed. I was watching two gay guys react to it, and they literally thought that she was a ghost, like What Lies Beneath style, because the way, like, she's in the dark and she's there and she's gone, and then she looks so, like, disheveled, but she doesn't really speak. And so yeah, they genuinely questioned whether she was real or not. Or like Gothica, also Gothica. God, I haven't watched Gothica in so long. I need to watch that now. It's an excellent underrated movie. Very excellent movie. Uh-huh. Nah, I don't think he'll do that, I murmur. Suddenly there's a flurry of activity outside the meeting room. Here we go. Daddy's home. I hate that I just said that. Now I want to gag. I'm sure that's not being clipped out of context at all. You know who I'm looking at in the chat. And instinctively, I know that Christian is in the building. I'm surprised alarms didn't sound. A moment later, he bursts through the door and closes. Before he closes it, I catch Taylor's eye as he stands patiently outside. Taylor's mouth is set in a grim line, and he doesn't return my tight smile. Oh, hell. Even he's mad at me. Okay, he doesn't have the right to be mad at you just because his boss is a bigger dick to him when he's mad at his wife. Like, this is the problem with the security, the staff, the bodyguards, all of them, because they all blame Anastasia for breaking his ridiculous fucking rules that he shouldn't have and promise not to have. But every time she breaks them, not that he ever says what they are and keeps secrets constantly, and so he sets her up to, quote, break his rules or whatever. Then he takes it out on the staff and makes it like, oh, why didn't you stop her from doing this thing that I didn't actually say out loud she isn't allowed to do? But you know that I would not have let her do that, so why didn't you stop her, bodyguard person? Get bent. Like, I can never ever work for somebody like that. I would punch them out in like the first day. Don't fucking yell at me for what somebody else did ever. Ever. I have a very strict rule. You are never allowed to make your problem my problem ever. Don't expect me to fix your shit when you fuck up. Christian's burning gray gaze pins first me, then Layla to our chairs. His demeanor. No, I saw it. I saw the pop up, and I was like, no, he didn't. But yes, he did, because of course he did. Thank you, Sethale. That is why you are the master of dragons, and I love you. And as I said, there is a dragon duck in there, so if you want to try your luck, it is a lottery. But we'll see. And yes, you were who I was looking at in the chat. I know. Brings me and Layla to our chairs. His demeanor is quietly determined, but I know better, and I suspect Layla does too. Because this won't like re-trigger or traumatize Layla at all to have him raging and glaring murderously at her. Not at all. When you tell somebody they can play games with you, and then they do. He's emanating rage, though he hides it well. Since when? In his gray suit and with his dark tie loosened and the top button of his white shirt undone, he looks at once businesslike and casual and hot. That's a lot for a white button-down shirt to pull off. His hair is in disarray, no doubt because he's been running his hands through it in exasperation. Layla looks nervously down at the edge of the table, running her index finger along the edge again as Christian looks from me to her and then to Prescott. You, he says to Prescott in a soft tone. You're fired. Get out now. I called it. I said he would be a big enough. I said that she was fired immediately. I said it. I knew he was going to do it. I knew it. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Okay, I knew it. Okay, I got to hold this differently. Bad. It's not her fault, you dick. It's not her fault, and you don't get to control who your wife meets with. Son of a bitch. But I called it. I said she was fired. Yeah, if he's emanating rage, that's the definition of not hiding it well. Like, literally. What am I doing? I'm turning thing off on my phone because it's annoying the shit out of me. There we go. Haha. I've conquered my phone settings. Yes, we're all go. Oh yeah, we're never gonna hear about this person again. Not that, like, Christian should have walked past her, like sitting outside this room and been like, duh, what is she doing here? Though he's probably forgotten that she's still alive, that, oh yeah, I let that one go. And Blanche, oh no, this isn't fair. What the hell has been since you met him? Water good. Christian, I make to stand up. He holds his index finger up at me in warning. She's trying to defend the staff, and she literally starts to stand up, and he goes, that should be grounds for divorce. God, I swear to fucking God, any man of mine or a woman for that matter ever, ever, ever did that to me. And I have an aunt who does that, and I've nearly broken her finger so many goddamn times. Because she literally will point like right in your face and be like, you did da 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 da. Get your finger out of my face, bitch. But if I ever meet her again, we're probably gonna have a throwdown. Which is not good, because I'm 37 and she's like, well, I think she's 25 years older than me. Maybe that more than that. Possibly more than that. I don't actually know. He holds his index finger up at me in warning. Don't. He says, his voice so ominously quiet that I'm immediately silenced and rooted to my seat. Bowing her head, Prescott walks briskly out of the room to join Taylor. Christian shuts the door behind her and walks to the edge of the table. Crap, crap, crap. That was my fault. No, it wasn't. That was not actually Anastasia's fault. That is Christian's fault because he's a dick. Christian stands opposite Layla and placing both hands on the wooden surface, he leans forward, so he's coming in being a ragey, deliberately intimidating asshole. What the fuck are you doing here? He growls at her. This is what a woman just out of the psych ward because of you needs. Christian, I gasp. He ignores me, as he always does and always will. Well, he demands. Layla peeks up at him through long lashes, her eyes wide, her face ashen, her rosy glow gone because he's abusing her in front of you and you're letting him. Grab him by his collar and drag him out and spank him with a rolled up newspaper till he's a good boy. I wanted to see you and you wouldn't let me, she whispers. So you came here to harass my wife? She can't spell harass, by the way. His voice is too quiet. Too quiet. Like, this ends in like a double murder, I swear. Layla looks down at the table again. He stands, glowering at her. Layla, if you come anywhere near my wife again, I will cut off all support. Doctors, art school, medical insurance, all of it. Gone. Do you understand? Yeah, this is good. This is good. Threaten her. That's really good. That's what she needs. You're so compassionate and caring, you fucking dick. You did this to her and now you're doing this. Christian, I try again, but he silences me with a chilling look. Don't let yourself be silenced. Okay? Take a lesson from the only new song in the live action of Aladdin, which you should never see, but that one song is good. Okay? It wasn't Oscar good because it was too short, but it was pretty good. It's called Speechless. It's actually fairly well done, and again, the person who played Jasmine was the only person who was trying in that movie at all, and the only one who could actually sing. The guy who played Aladdin then tried to say that, like, oh, Hollywood closed its doors to me after I got this big role as Aladdin and I should be an A-list star overnight because I played Aladdin, but they're just racist. No, you suck. That's why you're not getting offered leading roles. You suck. You were completely passionless, you can't sing, and you sleepwalked your way through the movie just like everybody else, including Will Smith. Like I said, the person who played Jasmine was the only one who was actually trying, the only one who had any passion or emotion in her voice at any time, and she's even dead for half the movie. And her costume let her down big time because it was atrocious. She did deliberately piss off her husband, but name 3 things that don't deliberately piss him off. Oh, I know, right? And this is a person that he knows has already attempted suicide several times and quite recently. Yeah, don't. Do listen to that song though. It's called Speechless, and there are like not from the movie, but actually like people just singing it, playing the piano versions on YouTube. Him, and him. That's three things. No, it's not. Threatening bastard. Go fuck yourself. Da, 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 da. My compassion. He silences me with a chilling look. Why is he being so unreasonable? This is not news. He's always an unreasonable jackass. My compassion for this sad woman blooms, as it should. So why don't you offer to pay for all those things? You have money now. And I would honestly, I'd stand up and say, if he ever cuts you off, I will pay for everything. And I would say it right in front of him into his face. And I would tell him, hey, you have to pay for the consequences of your actions. In this case, literally. You made her like this, you get to pay for it. What's Susanna doing? What's Susanna doing in reception? Oh, so he did notice. She came with me. He runs a hand through his hair, glaring at her. Christian, please, I beg him. Layla just wants to say thank you. That's all. No, it's not. He ignores me, concentrating his wrath on Layla. Did you stay with Susanna while you were sick? Yes. Did she know what you were doing while you were staying with her? No, she was away on vacation. So he was definitely planning to punish Susanna in some way there. He definitely was. Like, he was telling Taylor to dig another hole tonight or something, I swear. He strokes his index finger over his lower lip. Why do you need to see me? You know you should send any request through Dr. Flynn. Do you need something? His tone is softened, maybe by a fraction. Dude, no, she needs to see you, you idiot. It's the same as before, and she shouldn't be here. Layla runs a finger along the edge of the table again. Stop bullying her, Christian. Only she said this in her head, not out loud. And you need to say it out loud. Okay, that needs to be said out loud. Stop bullying her, Christian. Stop being a fucking asshole, fucking dickwad. How about that? You know, how about you correct his atrocious behavior? Oh, I know, right? Oh, I agree. They should never have done it. But they're out of ideas. Like they're literally making like a cartoon sequel and a live action of the same movie at the same time right now. I forget which one, but it's happening. I think it's Moana 2 and then they're making live action Moana as well. And they might finally be releasing the live action Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs that they made like what 4 or 5 years ago now, and then they got caught up in acting controversy because they cast like a Hispanic woman as Snow White, and even though she is incredibly white, though I've only seen the poster, so I don't know if that's like digital effects where they made her more white. But people lost their heads that you made Snow White a Hispanic girl. Who fucking cares? I had to know, and for the first time she looks up directly at him. Had to know what, he snaps. That you're okay. See how not over him she is? She did all this just to see that he's okay. She needs to be in the hospital. He gapes at her. That I'm okay. He scoffs, disbelieving. Yes, I'm fine. There, question answered. Now Taylor will run you to SeaTac so you can go back to the East Coast. And if you take one step west of the Mississippi, it's all gone. Understand? Seriously? He's gonna get away with all this, isn't he? All this absolutely atrocious garbage, because of course he is, because he controls everything. There's a reason the original title of this was Master of the Universe. And that is how he's being treated in this. Like, he's been dialed up to insane in this book. He was already fucking nuts and a psycho killer, but now he's just unhinged lunatic running around. The Joker is more stable. I mean, the Heath Ledger one. Heath Ledger / Joaquin Phoenix one. I do have to amend that now because it is the same. It is the same character, and Phoenix did say he was paying homage to Ledger in his performance, which you can see. Like, I certainly noticed it. I saw Joker in theaters. It was wonderful, and I noticed every nod to Heath Ledger's every mannerism, every copied little smirk and stuff. It was really good. It was very commendable acting. It took a lot of effort. I heard that there is some kind of boycott of Wicked coming or something, and it's not about the porn website on the toy boxes. They managed to weather that storm, but I heard like some conservative bullshit was trying to ban it or something. I don't know why. And keep in mind, like, they're playing two witches from The Wizard of Oz. I don't think they had like assigned ethnicity in the books. And why does it matter? One of them is literally green, for Christ's sake. So unless you're complaining that she's whatever race green people are, shut up. Holy fuck. Christian. I gape at him. What the fuck is eating him? Again, why are you asking stupid questions to which you already know the answer? She really is so stupid, she cannot take in what is happening in front of her stupid, stupid, stupid face right now. He cannot confine her to one side of the country. He certainly thinks that he can, and he will. Like, he's gonna have somebody keeping tabs on her for the rest of her life. Like, that is where this is going. He's going to have somebody spying on Layla to make sure she stays on the East Coast. How else is he going to know? You know that he's going to do this. So now he has long distance by proxy stalking his stalker in reverse for the rest of her life. Okay, I know the rule, and I know exactly to whom you are referring. But I also point out there were several black women that played incredibly hot, sexy women in TOS. In the original series, Elan of Troyes comes to mind. She was damn fine looking female, especially in some of those outfits. Also, I liked the dynamic she had with Kirk of like not taking his crap, basically. You know, also it's an episode that features the word spanking, though we didn't actually get to see that, which was disappointing. There was someone else too, and now I can't remember. I don't know. There were a lot of hotties in original in TOS. A lot of hot women on that show, but that was mostly because Gene Roddenberry liked hot women and liked looking at them. That and mini skirts existed. Mini skirts. You may notice that Uhura and Lieutenant Rand, Janice, and several of the other women, they have uniform color matching panties on because anytime they stand up, you can see their entire ass because the skirts are that short. Good. Christian's tone is more conciliatory. It might not be convenient for Layla to go back now. She has plans. I object. Outraged on her behalf. Yeah, he's literally shanghaiing her onto a plane when she said she has to get her stuff. Like, dude, you can't like he's literally kidnapping Layla and forcing her onto a plane to send her across the country and has told her to stay on that side of the country or else. That is what is going on right now. He's kidnapping this woman and everyone is letting him. Christian glares at me. Anastasia, he warns, his voice icy. Oh, we have competition for the worst line of the book. Anastasia, he warns, his voice icy. This does not concern you. Oh, really, asshole? This doesn't concern her, huh? I'd be storming out at that point. I scowl at him. Of course it concerns me. She's in my office. That's the reason you go with? It concerns me because she's in my office? Not she tried to kill me? And broke into my apartment repeatedly? Is obsessed with me because you married me and not her, you big dickhead. There must be more to this than I know. He's not being rational. There's always more to this than you know because he doesn't tell you anything. You know this. Yes, we need to call a subset. He is violating her right to travel. This is true. Though that right is definitely under threat if certain states have their way. For once, we actually need the subsets idiots because the right to travel in America is definitely under threat. There are 2 states actively challenging it over the abortion laws because they don't want women to be able to leave whatever state they live in to get an abortion. So they're trying to limit, literally, the right to travel, the right to interstate travel. How far they're going to get, I don't know, but the Supreme Court better clear its calendar because it'll get there. I predict they go after voting rights after that. "50 Shades," my subconscious hisses at me. "Layla came to see me, not you," I mutter petulantly. What? She came to see me, not you. Dumbass. Layla turns to me, her eyes impossibly wide. "I had my instructions, Mrs. Gray. I disobeyed them." She glances nervously at my husband and then back at me. So that's what's going on. He gave her instructions. He made a deal with her and said, I will pay for all this, but you will do X, X, and X for the rest of your life. And so she's breaking the rules. So she is still, let's just unpack this. I don't care how far behind we get. I'll stop when I want to. Let's unpack this, shall we? So he's paying for her therapy with his therapist that sucks. She's out of the hospital when she shouldn't be. He's continuing to be involved in her life by paying for art school and keeping tabs on her. So he's continuing to show interest in her and her well-being, which is only going to make her erotomania with him all the worse because he's still engaging with her and rewarding her. And he has still set sub-like limits and rules on her that she's expected to obey. So he's still very much acting as her dom in a way. This woman is going to commit suicide because of him within 6 months. Because he is yo-yoing her so hard. Yeah, exactly. She is still his sub. And he has now set it up to where she will be some form of his sub for life. Because he will be keeping tabs on her for life to make sure she is still obeying his, I suppose, final set of rules and instructions. Okay, I should be drinking more. I also point out to everyone that while the handcuffs are taken, they are actually sponsored for both chapters. You still have many ducks. Or you can make me chug a glass, though please not in the next 5 minutes. Let what I just did settle. But that option still is there. Or if you're insane, I didn't say for $10 I will draw a random duck. For 50 I will chug a glass of wine, and my spike bra is somewhere in my vicinity. So for $100 I will go in the bathroom and put it on, then show it off. And you know what I'm saying. Get to see the bra part, not what's under it. I had my instructions, I disobeyed them. That's getting highlighted. I should have highlighted the "you're fired" part. So, yeah, let's just go ahead and throw Layla on the body count. I'm calling her the 11th dead sub because it's just a matter of time. She glances nervously at my husband, then back at me. "This is the Christian Grey I know," she says, her tone sad and wistful. So this is how he treated her when she was his sub, like, full time. Because she's saying this is how he always is. He yells, he threatens, he intimidates me, he scares the ever-loving fuck out of me, and that was our entire relationship, other than him violently fucking and beating me whenever he wanted, and then leaving me alone in my room to cry about it with no aftercare, and him literally treating me like I was a fuck doll who was less than worthless. Gee, no wonder she snapped. Christian frowns at her while all the breath evaporates from my lungs. I can't breathe. Was Christian like this with her all the time? Yes! How the fuck? Again, you know that he told you. She's too stupid to exist. Her head should have caved in from lack of having a brain. My brain hurts. Oh, here's a better question. Was he like this with me at first? Yes! I find it hard to remember. I'm required to make all the roofie jokes now. I'm sorry, but she said it. She fucking said it. I find it hard to remember. I'm not surprised because we've caught him drugging her at least 3 times where there was no other interpretation. God, I wish Mark was here. See, and you know what else makes your brain fuzzy of all the times they were a dick to you? Stockholm Syndrome. And all the brainwashing bullshit that he's been doing, and all the beating and fucking the fuck out of her, and then buying shiny $30,000 bracelets. That'll put a good spin on your head. Because how can you give me such lavish gifts when last night he beat the fuck out of me and put hickeys all over my body without my permission? But look at the shiny diamonds he bought me. He has to love me. It's true love. Willy, willy, willy. And he'll never do those things again because he said so. For the 4th time. Giving me a forlorn smile, Layla rises from the table. "I'd like to stay until tomorrow. My flight is at noon," she says quietly to Christian. "I'll have someone collect you at 10 and take you to the airport." "Thank you. You're at Susanna's." "Yes." "Okay. Oh, how magnanimous. He'll let her stay." I would have said, "Hey, asshole, I'm staying, whether you like it or not. Do whatever the fuck you want with your money. You can shove it down your goddamn throat because I'm suing you for emotional and physical abuse, you dick." Which is what she needs to do, basically. Because that would get her set up for life. Because he would definitely pay her 5 mil, 10 mil, whatever to keep her mouth shut and out of the papers. Because he knows the NDA he had her sign is bullshit and it would never hold up. And he knows that. He admitted it. He admitted that it would never legally stand. So, yeah, she needs to sue him for all the abuse and get her own money and set up her own life and say, "I will go wherever the fuck I want and you, in fact, will stay away from me." But she's way too mentally ill, so she's going to mourn him for like 3 months, try to reach out again. When he blows her off, she's going to step in front of a bus. And I glare at Christian. He can't dictate to her like this. And how does he know where Susanna lives? Are you stupid? The answer, yes. Of course he knows where Susanna lives. What do you bet he knows where all of his living ex-subs are at all times? What's the bet? Because I bet he does. I bet that he does. I fully think that once he has had a woman, he never lets her go. He owns her for life, and he's got people stalking all of his living ex-subs, especially now. Yeah, it would be a Diddy Cassidy. Yes, it would be a Diddy Cassidy lawsuit. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Diddy could not pay her fast enough to shut her mouth, which, by the way, she's still not doing. And good for her. Damn good for her. And all the other women suing him, and men too. He's being sued by, I think, up to like 200 people at this point. And he went to court to try and force the victims to make their names public. I think he actually won that, unfortunately, because like a double blind shield thing works both ways. And how's he supposed to defend himself against, like, when I don't know who is accusing me of what? How am I supposed to prepare a defense with no information? Which I do get to the defense's point. I do get their point there. But I also get shielding the identity of the victims, and it's a fine and not entirely permanent line. It's Prescott isn't fired. She's been demoted to stalking his exes. Yes, 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 yes. Because that's a full-time job. Certain sounds are always wonderful to hear. I've always wondered if I pulled hard enough, could I break one of these middle links? Probably not. But someday I would like to try. I mean, I've seen it done in the movies, but that was in the movies where everything is fake. Okay, I really gotta fucking focus because I'm like 40 minutes behind. And I don't want to be up till 2 in the morning. Okay. Yeah, page count's fine. We'll get there. I'll speed read. Goodbye, Mrs. Gray. Thank you for seeing me. I stand and hold out my hand. She takes it gratefully and we shake. Goodbye. Good luck, I mutter, because I'm not sure what protocol is for saying farewell to my husband's ex-submissive. Oh, it won't be the last time. There are others. One of them is in the reception right now. She nods and turns to him. Goodbye, Christian. Christian's eyes soften a little. Goodbye, Layla. His voice is low. Dr. Flynn, remember? So he's just confirmed that, yes, they're going to have an ongoing line of communication, even with his therapist playing the intermittent person. She is going to be able to send messages to Flynn that will get to Christian, and he will respond to her through Flynn. So, yes, he's still going to have contact with her, and that's going to drive her insane. Yes, sir. Oh, and she said it in caps, meaning she's saying it in the "you're my dom, I'm the submissive" way, because it was not capped before, and now it is, and that's what that means. Because I have spanked many a subby for getting to cap the M in mistress. He opens the door to usher her out, but she halts in front of him and looks up. He still is watching her warily. I'm glad you're happy. You deserve to be, she says and leaves before he can reply. He frowns after her and then nods to Taylor, who follows Layla towards the reception area. Closing the door, Christian gazes uncertainly at me. Don't even think about being angry with me, I hiss. Call Claude Bastille and kick the shit out of him, or go see Flynn. Who is Claude Bastille? I don't know who this is. His mouth drops open. He's he's surprised by my outburst, and his brow creases once more. You promised you wouldn't do this. His tone is now accusatory. Do what? What is the worst possible answer here? Defy me. You promised you wouldn't defy me, wife. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, somebody get on Discord and type to Mark and tell him that I said, what would his wife say if he ever said to her, I told you to never defy me? I can't type that well right now. I swear there's an owl outside. The last like 3 nights around this time, I keep hearing hooting, I swear. It should be weird because there's no big trees around me. Thank you, Snickerdoodles! Love on a puppy girl! No, I didn't. I said I'd be more considerate. I told you she was here. I had Prescott search her and your other little friend too. Prescott was with me the entire time. Now you've fired the poor woman when she was only doing what I asked. I told you not to worry, and yet here you are. I don't remember receiving your papal bull decreeing that I couldn't see Layla. I don't know what my visitors I didn't know that my visitors were subject to a prescribed list. My voice raises with indignation as I warm to the cause. Christian regards me, his expression unreadable. After a moment, his mouth twists. Okay, I think I've figured it out now. The reason she's saying prescribed visitors is that there is only a list of who is approved, meaning that list is probably about 5 people long. And those are the people that Christian Grey has said security can allow to see his wife. So there's probably like 5 people. Her mother, Ray, probably Kate, uh, not Jose, but the other friend that he does approve of. One is Elliot, one is Ethan. I forget who's who. Go fuck yourself if you do. One of them is his brother, one is Kate's brother. Everyone is dating everyone, and it's all incestuous, and I don't care. But that's probably the like 4 or 5 people on the list, meaning everyone else on planet Earth, including random business meetings. Her security is supposed to prevent her from seeing anybody who is not on this list. That is not possible or practical at all. My voice raises with indignation as I warm to my cause. Christian regards me, his expression unreadable. After a moment, his mouth twists. Papal bull, he says, amused, and he visibly relaxes. I wasn't aiming to lighten our conversation. Yet here he is smirking at me, and that makes me madder. The exchange between him and his ex was painful to witness. How could he be so cold with her? Because he's a sadist and a psychopath. What? He asked, exasperated, as my face remains resolutely straight. You. Why were you so callous towards her? He sighs and shifts, stepping towards me and perching on the table. Excuse me. Anastasia, he says as if to a child. You don't understand. Layla, Susanna, all of them. They were a pleasant, diverting pastime, but that's all. Oh! Oh! Oh, that hit me right in the chest. Just, oh, God! You insufferable bastard! You are the center of my universe, and the last time the two of you were in a room together, she had you at gunpoint. I think that made me gag a little. I don't want her anywhere near you. But Christian, she was ill. I know that, and I know she's better now. No, she's not. She is not better now. She is worlds away from better now. She is not better now, and you just made it so much worse and are going to continue to do so. Ugh. Honestly, just shoot her now. Put her out of her misery. uh, I'm not giving her the I'm not giving her the benefit of the doubt anymore. What she did was unforgivable. But you've just played right into her hands. Yes. She wanted to see you again. She knew you'd come running if she came to see me. Yes, idiot! Christian shrugs as if he doesn't care. I don't want you tainted with my old life. So he knows how poisonous he is and toxic. But he's like, yeah, I promise I won't kill you. What? Christian, you are who you are because of your old life. Now we're going to defend the abuse. Your new life, whatever. What touches you touches me. I accepted that when I agreed to marry you because I love you. There's so much wrong in all of this. Like any actual real therapist could have such a heyday. He stills. I know he finds this hard to hear. She didn't hurt me. She loves you too. I don't give a fuck. That is his entire attitude. Yep. Oh, God, he's terrible. He's the worst ever. And he just keeps getting worse and 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 worse. Like, I can't type one-handed. Ugh. Ugh. I gape at him, shocked, and I'm shocked that he still has the capacity to shock me. Yeah, you really shouldn't at this point. You should know better. This is the Christian Grey I know. Layla's words rattle around in my head. His reaction to her was so cold, so much at odds with the man I've come to know and love. She really is brainwashed because that's exactly how he acts all the fucking time. And that's how he treats her too. I frown, recalling the remorse he felt when she had her breakdown, when he thought he might in some way be responsible for her pain. He is responsible! He is responsible for all of it. It is all his fault. He did this. It is his fault. His fault. His fucking fault. You stupid. She's too stupid to live at this point. Honest to God. I swallow, remembering too that he bathed her. Yeah, after she tried to shoot you, then he bathed her. Yeah. So that tells you right there. Hmm. My stomach twists painfully at the thought and bile rises in my throat. How can he say he doesn't care about her? He did back then. What changed? See, that's the problem, you idiot. He didn't care about her. He just made that very clear to you. He said she was a fuck doll. She was a means to an end. She was a quote, pleasant, diverting pastime, but that's all. I.e., she was a toy. She was a thing I fucked with and played with, but I didn't see her as a person. So no, I didn't care about her, no matter how much she cared about me, and he still doesn't care about her. Now she's an annoying nuisance / danger that he wants to keep away, and that's it. She's still not a person. He's still not treating her like a person. He's still treating her like a pet. Worse than a pet. Sometimes, like now, I just don't understand him. He operates on a level far, far removed from mine. That's one way to put it. Why are you championing her cause all of a sudden? He asked, mystified and irritable. Look, Christian, I don't think Layla and I will be swapping recipes and knitting patterns anytime soon, but I didn't think you'd be so heartless to her. His eyes frost. I told you once, I don't have a heart, he mutters. Agreed! That's where the psychopath part comes in. See, the problem is he knows himself. He does. Now, he's tried to change for her, he's tried to stop some of it for her, but he's made the realization that he is who he is, and that is never, ever, ever, ever going to change. And so he just is being himself, and that's all he's ever going to be. And his idiot of a wife just can't put two and two together. Then when he says things like that, he really means it. Like, he's never, ever, 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 ever going to change. This is who he is. You need to start listening and accepting. I roll my eyes. Oh, now he is being adolescent. When did he grow up? That would be never. That's just not true, Christian. You're being ridiculous. You do care about her. No, he doesn't. You wouldn't be paying for art classes and the rest of that stuff if you didn't. That's called guilt. Suddenly, it's my lifetime ambition to make him realize this. Honey, that's for you because I can't be married to pure evil. So I need to delude myself into saying no, he does it because he cares. He really, really cares. He really does care. He just doesn't know it. He's like she's doing the Grinch thing. She's Cindy Lou Who and he's the Grinch. Except he's right. He doesn't actually have a heart to grow 3 sizes. Suddenly, blah, blah, blah. Why does he deny it? It's like his feelings for his birth mother. Oh shit. Of course. His feelings for Layla and his other submissives are tangled up with his feelings for his mother. Again, not news. No wonder this book is 600 pages when she has to realize everything 47 times after it's already been told to her. I like to whip little brown-haired girls like you because they all look like the crack whore. No wonder he's so mad. I sigh and shake my head. Paging Dr. Flynn, please. How can he not see this? He does see it! He knows this because he told you this! But he is telling the truth. He does not care about Layla. He did not care about any of them. It was just about punishing his dead mother by literally beating and fucking these women and treating them like garbage. That's why he treats them like garbage. Ugh. My heart swells for him momentarily. My lost boy, stop it. Why is it so hard for him to get back in touch with the humanity, the compassion he showed Layla when she had her breakdown that wasn't compassion? He glares at me, his eyes glittering with anger. This discussion is over. Let's go home. I love how he can just be like, this discussion is over. I decree, I wave my hand. I am the morning and evening star. I glance at my watch. It's 4:30. It's 4:23. I have work to do. It's too early, I mutter. Home, he insists. So now he's kidnapping her from work. Christian, my voice is wary. I'm tired of having the same argument with you. He frowns as if he doesn't understand, because he doesn't, because I gave you an order, therefore obey me, property. You know, I elu elu elucidate I don't know, she picked up the thesaurus and it broke. Elucidate. Whatever the fuck that says. I do something you don't like, and you think of some way to get back at me, usually involving some of your kinky fuckery, which is either mind-blowing or cruel. Yes, that's what you signed up for. I shrug, resigned. This is exhausting and confusing. Mind-blowing, he asks. Of course, that's all he heard, is that he has a big penis. What? Usually, yes. What was mind-blowing, he asks, his eyes now shimmering with amused sensual curiosity. Because, of course, now he's horny. Now they're gonna fuck. Now they're gonna fuck, and I'm gonna scream. And I know he's trying to distract me. No, he got horny. Crap. I don't want to discuss this in SIP's meeting room. My subconscious examines her finely cured manicured nails with disdain. Shouldn't have brought up the subject then. She didn't. She didn't bring up the subject of fucking. She brought up the fact that he's an abusive dick who has a pattern that she has figured out, even though she's still willing to go along with it. Because, yeah, I do something you don't like, you think is some way to get back at me, usually involving your kinky fuckery, which is either mind-blowing or cruel or both, is the end of that. But yes, that's the entire plot of these books. Ugh. I'm required to highlight this. Ugh. Make something clear or explain, that's what it means. Thank you. You know, I blush, irritated with both him and myself. I can guess, he whispers. Holy crap. I'm trying to castigate him and he's confounding me. What? Christian, I like to please you. He delicately traces his thumb over my bottom lip. They're gonna fuck in the office. You do, I acknowledge. My voice is a whisper. I know, he says softly. He leans forward and whispers in my ear. It's the one thing I do know. Oh, he smells good. He leans back and gazes down at me, his lips curled in an arrogant, I so own you smile. There it is. There it is. Said the quiet part out loud. Said the quiet part out loud. The I so own you smile. There it is. All right, I got to catch up because I'm an hour behind right now. Chat, I blame you. But, well, not quite an hour, but I need to speed read a few pages, so bear with me here. Pursing my lips, I strive to appear unaffected by his touch. He's so artful at diverting me from anything painful or anything he doesn't want to address, unless he's the one causing the pain. And you let him, my subconscious pipes up unhelpfully, gazing over her copy of Jane Eyre. I tried to read that in French once. I failed. What was mind-blowing, Anastasia? He prompts, a wicked gleam in his eye. You want the list, I ask? That would be all of it. Here's a list. He's pleased. Oh, this man is exhausting. Well, the handcuffs, I mumble. Ha ha, we've got our own. Okay, I really need to do that in both directions, just to even out the pain. But these are fitting quite well tonight. I'm pleased. I'm also pleased that these have held up better than ones that were more expensive. So I guess that just means go for the cheap. If his ugh. He furrows his brow and grasps my hand, tracing the pulse point on my wrist with his thumb. I don't want to mark you. What? Oh. His lips curl in a slow carnal smile. Come home. His tone is seductive. I have work to do. Home, he says, more insistent, like a child. I know I'm the one reading the book. I'm doing my best. We gaze at each other, molten gray into bewildered blue, testing each other, testing our boundaries and our wills. I search his eyes for some understanding, trying to fathom how this man can go from raging control freak to seductive lover in one breath, because they are the exact same thing for him. His eyes grow larger and darker, his intention clear. Softly he caresses my cheek. We could stay here. His voice is low and husky. Oh no. No, no, no. Not in the office. Christian, I don't want to have sex here. Your mistress has just been in this room. She was never my mistress, he growls, his mouth flattening into a grim line. That's just semantics, Christian. He frowns, his expression puzzled. The seductive lover has gone. See, again, he's gone from raging to horny to whatever the fuck in a span of like 10 seconds. Don't overthink this, Anna. She's history, he says dismissively. He's always telling her not to think. Pro tip to women, if you're dating someone who is telling you not to think, ditch them. I sigh. Maybe he's right. I just want him to admit to himself that he cares for her. A chill grips my heart. Oh no, this is why it's so important to me. I suppose I do something unforgivable. Suppose I don't conform. Will I be history too? Yes! See, she's finally getting it now. Or attempting to get it. She's gonna go like off a cliff some point, I'm sure. If he can turn like this, when he was so concerned and upset when Layla was ill, could he turn against me? I gasp, recalling the fragments of a dream, gilt mirrors and the sound of his heels clicking on marbled floor as he leaves me standing alone in opulent splendor. Yes, that's exactly what's going to happen. No. The word is out of my mouth in whispered horror before I can stop it. Yes, he says, and grasping my chin, he leans down and plants a tender kiss on my lips. Oh, Christian, you scare me sometimes. As well he should. Oy. No, don't do that. Oh, I know. It should definitely be all of the time. I know. Like how is he only scary sometimes? Ah, okay, it's really hard to do this with the cuffs on. Wrong pipe. Ooh, I think I got highlighter on the back of the book. Oops. I grasp his head in my hands, twist my fingers into his hair, and pull his lips to mine. He stills for a moment as his arms fold around me. They're gonna fuck on the conference table. Why? You could turn away from her so easily. He frowns. And you think I might turn away from you, Anna? Yes! Why the hell would you think that? What's brought this on? Okay, now he's his turn to be a fucking idiot. Nothing. Kiss me. Take me home. I plead, and his lips touch mine, and I am lost. So that's how E.L. James wrote herself into a corner there and couldn't get out because they were having a real conversation for once about what a bastard he is, and that yes, he will abandon her when he gets sick of her disobedience as well. And so she just went, "Oh, I'll just have her turn into a hormone mush puddle and love him and kiss him anyway." See, and now I'm mad at the person I was talking to on the side because I am. Oh, please, I beg, oh, God, we've skipped forward into the mid sex scene. Ah. Oh, please, I beg, as Christian gently blows on my sex. All in good time. He's edging her again, isn't he? I pull on my restraints and groan loudly in protest from his carnal assault. I'm trussed up in soft leather cuffs, each elbow bound to each knee. He really likes that position. And Christian's head bobs and weaves between my legs, his masterful tongue teasing me relentlessly. I open my eyes and gaze unseeing at our bedroom ceiling, which is bathed in the soft late afternoon light. Oh, so now they're doing the kinky fuckery in their own bedroom and not just the playroom. His tongue moves round and round, swirling and curling over and around the center of my universe. Overused! Overused. I want to straighten my legs and struggle in a vain attempt to control the pleasure, but I can't. My fingers fist in his hair and I tug hard to fight his sublime torture. Don't come, he murmurs in warning against me. By the way, the ability to control that takes a lot of training and time, and she has not had any of it. So again, he's expecting her to like have submissive levels of control that she's not been trained for. His soft breath on my warm, wet flesh as he resists my fingers. I will spank you if you come. I moan. Control, Anna. It's all about control. His tongue renews its erotic incursion. Oh, he knows what he's doing. Always. I'm helpless to resist or stop my slavish reaction, and I try, really try, but my body detonates under his merciless ministrations, and his tongue doesn't stop as he wrings every last ounce of debilitating pleasure from me. There's a phrase, debilitating pleasure. Oh, Anna, he scolds. You came. His voice is soft with his triumph, with his triumph reprimanded. Okay. He flips me onto my front and I shakily support myself on my forearms. He smacks me hard on my behind. Ah, I cry out. Control, he admonishes. And grabbing my hips, he thrusts himself into me. I cry out again, my flesh still quivering from the aftershocks of my orgasm. He stills while deep inside me and leaning over unclips first and then the second cuff. Okay, you ever burp and think that you might puke? I can't spell. I know. I know, right? And then there's that. See, usually when I type something like that, it means the cat walked across my keyboard. But yeah, this is, by the way, this is exactly what she said of he is punishing her because she did something that he doesn't like, and he knows that she cannot control her orgasms because she's too new and has not been trained. So he knew that she would not be able to control that, and then he gets to beat her like he wants to. Like, he's very manipulative and very good at it because he's had a long time to get that way, and she's too naive and stupid to see it. And nobody's ever stopped him. Because why the hell should they? He's got money. And as long as you put up with his bullshit, he will spread the wealth. That's why he does like seemingly generous things. It's because he knows he's a toxic asshole and nobody's going to put up with him ever. But if he buys their careers, buys their cars, pays, in Taylor's case, he pays his daughter's school tuition. That's why Taylor puts up with his abuse. Like I said, there's an episode of SVU called Russian Love Poem. You only have to watch like the first 20 minutes to get the character that I'm talking about. His name was he was dead in the beginning. What was his name? Andrew Harlow? It's a season 1 episode. It's near the end. I think his name is Andrew Harlow or something like that. But it was revealed that he had all kinds of kinky sex relationships, and people put up with his incredibly abusive behavior and his physical and sexual abuse because he paid school tuitions and bought cars and paid mortgages and stuff like that. This is exactly the same. Hmm. Uh, I cry out again, my flesh still quivering from the aftershocks of my orgasm. He still is deep inside me and leaning over unclips first one and then the second cup. He wraps his arms around me and pulls me into his lap, his front to my back, and his hands curl beneath my chin and around my throat. I revel in the feeling of fullness. That's the second time in this book where he's got her in this position where she's sitting on him, her back against his chest, and now he's tipping her head back and strangling her. They never talk. I think in the first one, somebody Google. In the first one, didn't she have him strike out breath play or choking of any kind and say that was a hard limit? And now, without any discussion, he's doing it for the second time. Also, that position is one of the most dangerous ones because you can break somebody's hyoid without meaning to because you cannot tell what you're doing. And the way that pressure is applied from the back also equals down, which is a very bad position. This is incredibly unsafe, is what I'm saying. Don't try this at home, kids. Move, he orders, and I moan and rise up and down on his lap. See how he gives her orders? Fuck me, sex toy. Faster, he whispers, and I move faster and faster. He groans, and his hand tips my head back as he nibbles on my neck. Ugh. Ugh. Creepy by association. Ugh. Ghost of creepy. His other hand travels leisurely across my body, from my hip down to my sex, down to my clitoris, still sensitive from its earlier lavish attention. I whimper as his fingers close around me, teasing me once more. Yes, Anna, he rafts in my ear. You are mine. Only you. Well, at least he's added that. I'm not cheating on you yet. Or, in his mind, he probably doesn't consider having submissives on the side to be cheating, because they're the equivalent of a stress release ball for him. So he probably doesn't consider it cheating. Yes, thank you. I knew I'm not insane. Well, I am, but not about that. I knew it. Yes, it was a hard no. I seriously remember that. Ugh. I'm rotating the cups to make myself feel better. Ugh. lost a bookmark. And it's not even the next chapter. Damn it. My sweaty skin got stuck to it because the heat's up too high. Well, in the defense of the building, 2 days ago it was -22, and now it's like 0. So, and when you're talking about like a 22-story building, you can't exactly adjust the entire building's heating all that easily. Also, this building's old and the heating is temperamental, so you should try not to touch it. But hey, it's better than last year when all of you saw me literally shivering and my teeth chattering and I was freezing, literally freezing for like 5 weeks. So I'll take the heat over the cold. I can open the windows. Yes, I breathe, and my body tightens again, closing around him, cradling him in the most intimate way. Come for me, he demands. And I let go, my body obediently following his command. He holds me as my climax rips through me and I call out his name. Oh, Anna, I love you, he groans and follows my lead as he bucks into me, finding his own release. He kisses my shoulder and smooths my hair from my face. Does that make the list, Mrs. Gray? He murmurs. I'm lying barely conscious, flat on my belly in our bed. Okay, when sex leaves you barely conscious? Seriously? Seriously. Barely conscious. Barely conscious. Christian gently kneads my backside. Now I have this image of a cat kneading her butt. He's propped up beside me on one elbow. Is that a yes? I smile. He grins and kisses me again, and I reluctantly roll on my side to face him. The pages are stuck together. Don't make a joke about that. Well, he asks. Yes, it makes the list, but it's a long list. His face nearly splits in two, and he leans forward to kiss me gently. Good. Shall we have dinner? His eyes glow with love and humor. That's not love. I nod and I'm famished. I reach over to gently pull the little hairs on his chest. You want to tell me something? I whisper. What? Don't get mad. What is it, Anna? You do care. His eyes widen and all trace of good humor vanishes. I want you to admit that you care, because the Christian I know and love would care. That's what it is! That's what it is, you stupid bitch. Yep. Because the Christian I know, the one that I'm going to pretend is real, even though all evidence is to the contrary, as is reality, the one that I have delusionally made up in my head, and I am slowly trying to turn you into, even though it's very clearly not working and is never going to work because he's never ever going to change. This is the I can change him bullshit, is what she's doing. But he's drawn a line too far. She's seen the real him, possibly for the first time. She's admitted to herself that she's seen it. Because, oh, he's only like that with me when I screw up, when I do something to make him mad. That's why he gets so mad and is so evil. But now she's seen it with somebody else and is having to admit, no, that is who he is. That is who he is. That's who he was. That's who he is. That's who he always will be. He's never going to change. No, he doesn't have a heart. No, he doesn't care about Layla. But you need him to say it so you can delude yourself into thinking that he's not who he is and that you didn't marry a monster. You know, she's like, what's Hitler's mistress that survived him? Was it Eva Braun? And even though she didn't like defend genocide, she still kind of stood by her man because it was, I think she was the mistress that, you know, like Caesar in Sevilla, he loved her more than his wife. But I think his wife died with him. Buildings built for airflow, open some windows and doors and it feel great. One of the few hotels you'll go to and most of the doors will be open during the day. Is that for airflow? It probably should be. The Arlington Hot Springs has that issue. The entire building runs on central heating cooling water loop. Oh. This place is water. It's hot water rads. They're behind me. Ugh, and turn my alerts off. By the way, that is like the third not emergency system text that I've gotten tonight. I think they're testing it. But if I don't turn it off when it goes off, it will keep going off. And it makes my phone flash a red screen. That's why I keep having to touch my phone and turn it off. But I think I saw something about they're doing like year-end tests trying to improve it. Because I do remember a couple times this year where there were issues with the emergency alert system. So I think that's what they're trying to fix. And so they're testing it, and I just keep having to press off, or else my screen keeps flashing red. He stills, his eyes not leaving mine, and I'm witness to his internal struggle as if he's about to make the judgment of Solomon. He opens his mouth and says something, to say something, then closes it again as some fleeting emotion crosses his face. Pain, maybe. Say it, I will him. Yeah, because he's debating, okay, she's not going to accept that I'm a cold, heartless bastard. Do I lie to her? And will she believe it? How do I be convincing? This is pure manipulation. He's lying to her. He knows he's lying to her. Yes, yes, I care. Happy? His voice is barely a whisper. Oh, thank fuck for that. It's a relief. Yes, very. See? She needed the I didn't marry a monster. He's entirely gaslighting her. This is not real. He doesn't mean it. He's manipulating her to a very high level right now. He frowns. I can't believe I'm talking to you now. Here in our bed about. I put my finger to his lips. We're not. Let's eat. I'm hungry. And she knows when to back off. She's like, yep, got him to say meaningless words so I can continue deluding myself. That's all I need. Now we're done. She's learning from him because he does the same thing. Cuts off a conversation when it's no longer convenient or he's not winning. He sighs and shakes his head. You beguile and bewilder me, Mrs. Gray. Okay, I will say, beguiling and bewildering, not bad things to be called, except by him. Good. I lean up and kiss him. And now we've jumped into an email. From her to him, read the list. That's definitely at the top. Him to her, tell me something new. You've said that for the last 3 days. Make up your mind. Or we could try something else. Okay, so I guess that email exchange was to tell us they've been fucking for 3 straight days? She's apparently at work, enjoying this game. Okay, so I guess all they've been doing is fucking for 3 days. Okay. I grin at my screen. The last few evenings have been entertaining. Okay, so yes, he's been doing something quote unquote mind blowing every night trying to make this list. So we needed to know that they're still at it like rabbits. I have relaxed again, Layla's brief interruption forgotten. I haven't quite worked up the courage to ask if any of her paintings hang on the walls. And frankly, I don't really care. See what a lot of sex and serotonin and oxytocin will do? There's a reason that masturbating before bed is a really good idea because it makes you sleepy and it makes you like relaxed and have good endorphins going to sleep on. Some people actually have said it helps with nightmares. I don't know if that's true or not because I don't dream, but I it wouldn't surprise me honestly that the science kind of would support it, I think. I don't know if that would extend to actually like bad dreams, but certainly to being calm and getting a better night's sleep, I can see that. Also, does anyone know, do melatonin gummies actually work? Because they sound like a scam. Though I did have this, like, tincture thing that some naturalist, what the fuck ever, made that was supposed to help me sleep. It tasted like crap and it didn't do anything to help me sleep, but something in it, and even though it was in a sealed glass bottle, and I put it in the fridge, my cats went insane breaking into wherever I put that and licking the fuck out of the bottle. So I don't know what the hell was in it that was making the kitties go insane, but it was the only time the kitties ever broke into the fridge and multiple cupboards and the oven and a shoebox, and wherever I hid it, they would find it and break in and lick it furiously. Which is eventually why I stopped using it because it didn't work. Well, that was why. But also I was afraid that the kitties would get it open someday and drink it, and God knows what was in it, and I didn't want dead kitties. but they were insane about it. Like they would not be stopped. I don't know what the hell was in that. Uh, See, but now she doesn't care about the paintings because she's overwhelmed with sex. My BlackBerry buzzes and I answer, expecting Christian. Anna? Yes. Anna, honey, it's Jose Sr. Mr. Rodriguez, hi. Why are we getting a call from Jose's dad? What the fuck? My scalp prickles. What does Jose's dad want with me? Yeah, there's a good question. Honey, I'm sorry to call you at work. It's Ray. What? Did I skip a page? I did not. No, I did not. What? What? I didn't skip a page. This is the same. What? What does Jose's dad want with me? Honey, I'm sorry to call you at work. It's Ray. My voice falters. What is it? Oh, he's saying it's Ray, like something has happened to Ray. Why would Jose's father be the one calling her? I'll get to that in a minute. What is it? What's happened? My heart leaps into my throat. Ray's been in an accident. Oh no. Daddy. I stopped breathing. Has she ever called him Daddy? I don't think she did. I think she's only ever called him Ray. I think she called Christian Daddy once, which please never do that during sex. Like, do you know how much I hate that half of every porn category, no matter what category it is, involves either daddy porn or some kind of incest? I fucking hate that shit. Like, never, ever, ever say the word daddy to me during sex unless you want it to be the last time we ever have sex. Because it very much will be, and I may throw up on you mid sex. Which is not, unless that's your thing, unless you're that guy from California or whatever that went to jail for obscenity for making fake cheese pizza, and I do mean fake. It was fake. But he dressed grown women like and pretended like, and they said like, but he had literal gagging, choking, and vomiting on the dick as part of the videos, which are still out there. He's in the hospital. You better get here quick. End of chapter. Okay, now we're only 20 minutes behind, so that's not bad. Oh, I need to stretch. Okay, I'm mid-chapter. I'm taking this off for 5 seconds because I really do need to stretch my shoulders. And I can't do that with my hands together. Oh! So we're actually doing fine on time now. No longer stressed, which is good. I know, right? Right? That is about the 100th time that I have been like, wait, did I skip a page because there's such a non sequitur? And I'm trying, and I'm paying attention, and I'm trying. My lips are not sculpted enough tonight. I like when my lipstick looks like a fucking lacquer. I love lacquer lipsticks. They're so good. There's one lipstick in existence that is no longer in existence that I want. A very long time ago, Avon had this shade called Bordeaux that was my ride or die shade for life. If I could still get it, if they still made it, if I could find it on eBay, even if it was old, I would still 100% buy that because that was my favorite color. This is close to it, which is why I buy it, and it's my go-to shade. Like, I actually have a subscription to this lipstick, which also saves me money because the more times you get it in a row, the more they take off it. So I now get a $12 lipstick for like $5 every 2 months. So that's pretty good. I'll take it. Okay, big stretch. Oh, crack the back, crack the shoulders. Oh, everybody remember to get some water. Ah! Hit myself in the mouth and it hurt. Oh, that hurt. Oh, proof. Lipstick on the cup. Lipstick. I just hit myself in the mouth and that hurt. Okay. Ow. That hit my teeth. Do we see the lipstick? Also, I just applied fresh lipstick. Fresh lipstick. You don't mess with fresh lipstick. Okay, sorry, shirt, but I need this off the metal. Remember that name? They had to cancel it for reasons. Something about one of the ingredients? What? Okay, I ramble. What are you talking about? Oh, ow, ow, ow. Eye crispy that stuck to my skin. Ow. Oh, the lipstick? I am not ADHD. I'm just a general scatterbrain with brain damage. I do have short-term memory loss, by the way. So if you ever tell me something on a Monday and ask me about it on Tuesday, I'm gonna have no idea what you're talking about. But if you ask me like 3 weeks later on a Tuesday, then I'll know. See, I was in a car accident as a child and had a very severe concussion and brain damage that was never treated. So but some things are going well. Ugh. But Sethel, I'm curious. How do you know that Avon had to cancel one of their shades? And I think I know what you're talking about because there were several, mostly red and orange lipsticks that had a certain red dye, red/orange dye, in them that was found to be like incredibly toxic, and it affected a lot of products. I think I know what you mean and what you're referring to because I do remember that. I do remember there's a certain red dye that was pulled off the market. I think it was in like some juices and like drinks too. And they went away too. But yeah, it was found to be like very toxic or something. So yeah, that might be why it went away because it was a very I know it was a very popular shade. So two of my friends that were nurses or former nurses said it looked like dried blood, and I was like, yes, that's why I like it. To which I got weird looks because they're GCB. Who knows GCB? Does anyone know? Does anyone know what GCB stands for? Uh, I wish that they made a show of it once, and I really wish it had gotten more than a first season because it was perfect. Nobody understood it, but it was goddamn perfect. But for anyone who knows, what does GCB stand for? Because wow, have I known some of those. Hmm. I think we can do better. Ugh. Okay, cups going back on. A little tighter. Yeah. Bookmark. Okay. Ow. Okay, checking page count to make sure I'm not delusional. Oh yeah, I lost my. Oh crap! I lost the marker for the end of this chapter. Fuck. That's the one that fell out. Okay, I have to fix this now. With handcuffs on. That's not easy. Bear with me. Where did it go? I dropped it. Where did it go? Oh no. Ow. Handcuffs. Ow. Eh. Okay. Restored. Good. I need that because it tells me where to stop. No, the G does not stand for greedy. It should. It should and it certainly could, but the G does not stand for greedy. GCB. And I have a feeling this is a term that started in the southern states because that's where the show was set. So I'm thinking that's where it came from, but I did know it, and I am an Ontario Canadian, and I did know this phrase. It was not the first time I heard it was on the show. I'd heard it before. I was familiar. But I also grew up with my mother bouncing around about 11 different churches, so there is that. She was shall we say non-denominational after being raised extremely Roman Catholic and hating it. And I was just shy of my first communion when she basically kidnapped me in the middle of the night. But she's my mother, so she's allowed to do that. And I do mean that. We left my grandparents' house at like 4 in the morning. She woke me up in the dead of night. We got in a cab and went to somewhere and then moved away, and I was literally forbidden to contact any of my family for a year with no explanation. I was like 8 years old. They were my entire world. And literally just in the middle of the night, she says we're leaving and never coming back, and I'm not allowed to speak to any of them, including my cousins who were literally like my brothers and sisters. We were inseparable. We saw each other literally every day. Every weekend was spent as a sleepover at one or other house. And I had to leave all my things behind, and I couldn't take my pink kitty with a bell in the tail because she was afraid it would wake someone up, and I cried about the kitty more than anything. And then I sat in the living room of some whatever the fuck place we were in and watched The Little Mermaid on repeat for 3 days while adults told my mother they were concerned about me because I was 8 years old. And I was watching The Little Mermaid on repeat for 3 days and lost my voice singing and wasn't talking to anyone, refusing to eat or sleep. And yet somehow this was allowed to continue. She did explain that I was an insomniac, which they didn't seem to understand that children can be insomniacs, and greedy conniving bitch is not it. You've got one word. The last word needs a plural. Yes, the B stands for bitches, but greedy and conniving are not the first words. Good guess though. So equally appropriate, and definitely a good alternate meaning, but not the main one as far as I know. Chapter 17. Mr. Rodriguez, what happened? Okay, now I need to address this question. Why the fuck is Jose's father the one calling her to tell her Ray has been in an accident? Why wouldn't it be her ditz flake of a mother or just the hospital? Just some random nurse at the hospital calling to say your father's been in an accident and he wanted you to know in case you heard it from someone else first. Like, why can't it just be like, you know, Nurse Goody Two Shoes on the 8th floor? Why is it Jose's father? What the fuck? And also, what the random? Jose's not even in this book. He wasn't even on the Aspen trip because he shouldn't be. But why is his father now? You couldn't pick anyone else? This is stupid. This is going to mean Jose's going to show up and him and Christian are going to have a showdown. And I hope Christian shoves him down a laundry chute. Mr. Rodriguez, what happened? My voice is hoarse and thick with unshed tears. Ray, sweet Ray, my dad. Oh my god, the head spin. He's been in a car accident. Gee, I wonder if this was arranged. Okay, I'll come. I'll come now. Adrenaline has flooded my bloodstream, leaving panic in its wake. By the way, you don't know where he is. You don't live together. I think he lives in another state, so that's not as easy as you think. You know it is greedy, conniving bitch. I can take a. Do you want me to tell you? Because I will tell you. I should say for a duck, I will tell you, but that's being bitchy. That's being exactly what you said, and I'm not that. I was never raised in a church. I was raised in all of the churches. Not that I ever subscribed to any of them. Any church that had a nursery, that's where you'd find me, because I'd given up on their bullshit by the time I was 11. And I was sick of my mother dragging me to one after the other looking for whatever the fuck she was looking for. So if there was a nursery, I was like, okay, I'm going to go volunteer and help in the nursery with the tiny children because they're cute and adorable. Aww. Cynthia, you say the sweetest things calling me a tease. How flattering. I love you for it. You're the best. That's such a compliment. It really is. And I mean that. I'm not being sarcastic. I sound like it, but I'm not. That really is one of the best things I can be called because there is an art to teasing. And it stands for good Christian bitches. And wow, have I known some good Christian bitches. You know the ones I mean. The ones who are holier than thou, act pious as fuck, and they are the most backstabbing, gossipy, mean, judgmental, stupid, uneducated baby factory moron twits in the entire world. This is how I know somebody who was not only a nurse, but was like 68 years old when we had this conversation unintentionally. And I found out that despite being married and having multiple children, she didn't know what a blowjob was, and I had to explain it. And then she asked me to stop explaining. But she did ask me to explain it. I was not going to explain, and she asked me to. By the way, I'm like 21 talking to like a 68-year-old having to explain what a blowjob is. Because somehow between being married and being a nurse, she didn't know about this. And she said she used to volunteer in high schools to give sex talks. Well, I bet those were things that led to a lot of pregnancies. But this was one of the churches that didn't believe in condoms too, so there's that. And we're reading. Da, 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 da. I did not enjoy explaining that to her. I did not. I enjoyed the look on her face when she finally understood what I was saying, because I was speaking in euphemism as much as possible, which I didn't grow up doing that. This church was the first place where I encountered speaking in euphemisms, and I'm autistic, and that doesn't work for me because I'm not to be interpreted. And I want to get a T-shirt that says "Don't interpret me. Take me at my word. If I say I want an orange soda, I want an orange soda. I don't mean I want something like an orange soda or an orange slushy because you think it's better. I didn't ask for a slushy. I just wanted a soda. So give me what I asked for and not what you thought I wanted, because you changed my words in your head and changed it to something else and not what I actually said. If I could get the entire world to stop doing that, I'd be less ragey, because people would actually understand what the fuck I'm saying instead of doing their own weird mental head thing that I don't understand of interpreting people's words. I don't get this. I don't get this. I didn't get this lesson in life or in my brain. Don't ever interpret me, ever. I mean exactly, directly what I say and nothing else. What waiter? They've transferred him to Portland. Portland? What the hell is he doing in Portland? Yeah, didn't they say he lived in another state? I think he did. They airlifted him, Anna. I'm heading there now. OHSU. Oh, Anna, I didn't see the car. I just didn't see it. His voice cracks. Mr. Rodriguez, no. Oh, so they were together? Were they together? Are they friends? Was it established that they're friends? They might be friends. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, because Jose is Jacob, and Jacob's dad knows her dad, knows Bella's dad, so therefore Mr. Rodriguez knows the stepfather she considers her dad. And so, yes, the one that confused your orange soda. I generally do very well with waitstaff, because when you tell them I want a hamburger with lettuce and cheese and ketchup only, they tend to know what that fucking means. Not to say that I haven't been brought a burger with everything when I've said that, and I looked at them and went, excuse me, I didn't ask for tomato or mayo or mustard or onion, so why is it on my burger? I was nicer about it than that, but that's what I wanted to say, and I wanted to add the words idiot to it, but I didn't. I'm better than Rachel on Friends when ordering in a restaurant. I'm actually very kind in restaurants. Most times I'm not, because I don't care. But in restaurants, I do tend to be kind because I've done jobs like that and I know what it is, so I tend to be nice. But not when people are deliberately stupid, or when I'm wearing a low-cut top and somebody dumps ice water down my back to see if my boobs will pop out. Which happened, and I was mad. And yes, my boob popped out in public because somebody dumped ice water down my back. I'll see you there. Mr. Rodriguez chokes and the line goes dead. The dark dread seizes me by the throat, overwhelming me. Ray, no, no. This is the most manufactured drama in the entire world, and pointless. We're going to spend the rest of the chapter on something that's never going to matter. Because either he's going to die or be fine, and either way it will impact nothing. I take a deep, steadying breath, pick up the phone, and call Roush. He answers on the second ring. Anna. Sherry, it's my father. Anna, what happened? I explained, barely pausing to breathe. Go, of course you must go. I hope your father's okay. Who the hell is she calling? She's the head of the company. I think she's calling somebody in the company to maybe be like, cover for me for a couple days, because I have to go deal with this thing. Which is fair. She does have to go deal with this thing. Inadvertently, I slammed the phone down, but right now I couldn't care less. Hannah, I call, aware of the anxiety in my voice. Moments later, she pokes her head around the door to find me packing my purse and grabbing papers to stuff into my briefcase. Why are you taking work? Leave the work. It'll be there. Yes, Anna, she frowns. My father's been in an accident. I have to go. Oh dear. Cancel all my appointments today and Monday. You'll have to finish prepping the ebook presentation. Notes are in the shared file. Get Courtney to help if you have to. Yes, Hannah whispers. I hope he's okay. Don't worry about anything here. We'll muddle through. We did it the entire time you have not been working here, and when you took over and then left immediately for a month-long honeymoon, and the fact that you spend all day sex fighting with your boyfriend via email and don't actually do any fucking work, so everybody else has been running things anyway. It's probably easier when you're not here anyway. So bye. Also, who's our new security person? He fired Prescott, so who's watching her every move and reporting to him right now? I need a name of somebody who doesn't matter. I'll have my Blackberry. The concern etched on her pinched, pale face is almost my undoing, because I had to insult her. Daddy! Dude, stop saying daddy or I'm gonna die. I grabbed my jacket, purse, and briefcase. I'll call you if I need anything. Do please. Good luck, Hannah. I hope he's okay. I give her a small, tight smile, fighting to maintain my composure and exit my office. I try hard not to run all the way to reception. Sawyer leaps to his feet when I told you! I told you! I told you there would be a security person! There it is! Now she's got Sawyer! Sadell, what are you doing in my chat? Dude, you owe me a duck for that. Okay, I checked. I was looking at my email screen because I saw Stream Elements pop up, but it's not that. It's just them. Apparently, if you have Stream Elements at all, even if you have like 5 subscribers, they spam you with we have sponsor offers for you. If you can get like 30 people to play this video game, then we'll give you like $5. If you can get 30 of your subscribers to play the game with this code and make it to level 30, then we'll give you $5. I am not paying attention to any of this because obviously my channel is not equipped to do any of that. Also, most of them are scams and unachievable and bullshit. Okay, I cannot turn off emergency alerts on my phone. It's literally impossible. And that is not what I meant. Though it's cute. That is one of my favorite emojis. Puppy must be like dead asleep on the couch because he's not bothering me. He did have a big dinner earlier. He had leftover Christmas, so he's probably feeling very fat right now. Like, he does visibly change shape and weight when he eats a large meal because he's a very, very tiny dog. He gets big, round, fat belly and then he doesn't want to move. Mrs. Gray, he asked, confused by my sudden appearance. We're going to Portland, now. Okay, ma'am, he says, frowning, but opens the door. Moving is good. Mrs. Gray, Sawyer asks as we race towards the parking lot, can I ask why we're making this unscheduled trip? It's my dad. He's been in an accident. I see. Does Mr. Gray know? I'll call him from the car. You don't need to. Your security will already do that for you. They'll have it done before you even get in the car. Sawyer nods and opens the rear door to the Audi SUV, and I climb in. With shaking fingers, I reach for my Blackberry. Ow! Need to itch, and I can't reach. Ow! Can't reach. Ow! Ah! Oh! Bending in a weird way. Side cramp. Rib cramp. Ow! Cramp across my ribs. Ow! Ow! Motherfucker! Ow! Oh! Okay, don't try to scratch your leg with handcuffs on, or it will lead to cramps across your ribs that really fucking hurt. Ow! Ugh! Oh, fine, stop! Ow! Ow! Okay. Slowly getting up. It's starting to come back. Slowly, slowly. Slowly, slowly. Oh, that reminded me of growing pains. Oh, oh, oh. See? Yes, you can stretch them out. That's the thing. The tie is too tight now and choking me. Ow. Oh, yes. Oh, oh, that reminded me of growing pains. Okay, for those who don't know, from what I've heard, and I've seen this in my own family and myself, guys, from what I've heard, tend to get growing pains through their legs because they get really tall really fast, and that equals growing pains in your legs. For women, we get very sharp shooting pains across the ribs because the boobs are happening, and usually we get longer by the torso than the legs because we're short compared to men. And I can remember waking up as a like 9, 10, 11, 12 year old uh with just screaming in pain in the middle of the night with sharp shooting pains across my ribs. And my one of my cousins was the same. Though he was 6'4" by the time he was 15, and he was short for like the first 10 years of his life. Like he literally grew about 2 feet in barely over a year. Like I can remember his mom like having to wake up and like just pack everything frozen around his legs because he was in such pain with growing pains that would wake him up like every night. And she even like took him to doctors and stuff. They were like, "There's nothing you can do." To which I call bullshit. I think there was probably things they could have done. But yeah, he got real tall and also accordingly klutzy as hell, which I can only imagine is just inevitable when you get so much taller so quickly. Yeah, he was a huge klutz and danger to himself. Like he opened cupboard doors into his face or like hit his head on doorways and stuff so many times because he was just not used to being so tall so quickly. Not to mention it made him skinny AF. Like he got the height part first and then I guess filling out the muscles in the midsection so you couldn't see his ribs and his hips and every bone of his body through his skin came later. Mrs. Gray. Andrea's voice is crisp and businesslike. Is Christian there? I breathe. He's somewhere in the building, ma'am. He's left his Blackberry charging with me. How does he not have two? Because you know that he would. I groan silently with frustration. Can you tell him I called and that I need to speak with him? It's urgent. I can try and track him down. He does have a habit of wandering off sometimes because he's fucking someone on the fourth floor. Party on the top floor. I'm gonna stop singing. Just get him to call me, please. I beg, fighting back tears. Certainly, Mrs. Gray. She hesitates. Is everything all right? No, I whisper, not trusting my voice. Please just get him to call me. If you tell him everything's not all right and you're going to Portland, he's gonna like burn everything between here and there to the ground to get to you. I hang up. I cannot contain my anguish any longer. You should have just said, my father's been in an accident. I'm going to Portland. Don't freak out. Pulling my knees up. Oh no, no, the infantilizing. No! Pulling my knees up to my chest, I curl up on the rear seat and tears ooze unwelcome down my cheeks. Oh my god! You're a grown woman, try to act like it. You have an email saying what? Is that my fault? Did I do that? If I did something, I'm sorry, Sadale. You know how much I love you. We're in Portland, Mrs. Gray, Sawyer asked gently. OHSU, I choke out. The big hospital. Sawyer pulls out into the street and heads for the I-5 while I keen softly in the back of the car, muttering wordless prayers. I keen softly. Put the thesaurus down, you worthless bitch. Please let him be okay. Please let him be okay. And this is reminding me of Alessia's prayers for Maxim, because that's what she's doing. It was Raji Zat, I believe. Don't ask me why foreign words get stuck in my head. They do. Sethel, you're a Star Trek fan. Mzadi. Do you remember what Mzadi means? My phone rings. Your love is king, startling me from my mantra. Christian, I gasp. Christ, Anna, what's wrong? It's Ray. He's been in an accident. Shit. I'm on my way to Portland. Portland, please tell me Sawyer is with you. Yeah, because God forbid she goes anywhere on his own. Yes, he's driving. Where's Ray? At OHSU. I hear a muffled voice in the background. Yes, Roz. Christian snaps angrily. I know. Sorry, baby. I can be there in about 3 hours. I have business I need to finish here. I'll fly down. Oh shit. Charlie Tango is back in commission. And last time Christian flew her, somebody tried to kill him, and nobody seems to remember. No, but I remember hearing it. It's from TNG, and it's what Riker used to call Troy because she taught him the Beta Z word for beloved, which is Mzadi. And he calls her that a few times, particularly in the episode where she almost gets married. I have a meeting with some guys over from Taiwan. I can't blow them off. It's a deal we've been hammering out for months. Why do I know nothing about this? Why in the fuck would you know about some business deal that he's doing? When has he ever told you about his work or his business dealings? And when have you ever asked, for that matter? When have you ever wanted to know? I'll leave as soon as I can. She's never asked to know, he's never offered. And I don't have a problem with her not knowing the ins and outs of his business because it's literally his business. She has nothing to do with it and doesn't really know what he does. Nobody knows what he does. It never says. But this is not, why would she know? This is dumb. Okay, I whisper. How are there more than 200 pages of this left? Somebody shoot me. And I want to say that it's okay. Stay in Seattle and sort out your business, but the truth is I want him here with me. Oh, baby, he whispers. So now they're both just being selfish, evil people. He'll be okay, Christian. Take your time. Don't rush. I don't want you to worry. I don't want to worry about you too. Fly safely. Yeah, by that in something else. I will. Love you. I love you too, baby. I'll be there as soon as I can. Keep Luke close. Yes, I will. By the way, this is the one time that he does not drop everything. He nearly crashed through the window to get to a meeting when Layla was there, but now, no, when she really needs him and it's emotional, and he would have to be there emotionally, and he can't get mad at her because she's grieving and something terrible's happened. Now all of a sudden business is more important than her. Gee, I wonder why that could be. I'll see you later. Bye. After I hang up, I hug my knees once more. I know nothing about Christian's business, and you've never asked. What the hell is he doing with the Taiwanese? Racist? I gaze out the window as we pass King County International Airport / Boeing Field. Don't name drop Boeing these days. He must fly safely. My stomach knots anew and nausea threatens. Ray and Christian. She's acting like he's in mortal peril right now. I don't think my heart could take that. Leaning back, I start my mantra again. Please let him be okay. Please let him be okay. She ripped off this scene fucking wholesale in the Mr. or the Mrs. One of the two. I don't give a fuck. One of the two. But I said about both of them that they both had huge scenes and entire chunks, entire chapters that were literally just ripped off of these, and she hoped nobody would notice or pull up both documents on a Kindle side by side and word compare because it's literally copy pasted. But this scene, yeah, it's translated to Albanian, but yeah, it's the same fucking scene, and I forgot to highlight the other page, so I'm going back and doing that. What was the thing? What was the thing? There was a thing. There was a thing. Where was the thing? Was the thing? I missed the thing. Where did I forget to highlight the thing that I wanted to highlight? Damn it, brain work. Okay, I've forgotten it. Yeah, they're still in airplane jail. Like, I swear to God, the only reason I think that Boeing planes are still allowed to fly in the entire world right now is because if they grounded all the Boeing planes, then there wouldn't be enough planes, period, to just move around the amount of people that need to get around every day. So it's kind of like when they said the banks are too big to fail. Well, Boeing, even though it's killing thousands of people with their inadequacy and incompetency and their cover ups, if we shut them down, then there aren't enough planes, and then people will get mad because they can't get to places because there's no other airline manufacturer that can take over because they literally don't exist. I think Boeing's one of like 2 places in America that still makes fucking planes. I think one of the European ones either won't sell to America or America won't buy from them for some reason or something stupid like that. Mhm. 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 What are the attention span of a gnat? We still have ducks, wine, and I'm gonna take the spikes off the menu at this point because you wouldn't be getting your money's worth. This really have to be a first chapter purchase. But wine and ducks still on the menu for anyone who is interested. Itchy. Mrs. Gray, Sawyer's voice rouses me. We're on the hospital grounds. I just have to find the ER. I know where it is. My mind flits back to my last visit to OHSU. Also, fuck you, E.L. James, for making me spell letters when she's not even putting a period between the letters because it is an abbreviation of, I'm assuming, Oregon Hospital something something, which I don't fucking care. Or if this is a real place, I also don't fucking care. But learn how to fucking spell shit. Okay, there's a reason there's a period between the fucking letters because they represent different words. This is not a made up word that you made up. I had to make up a word once in high school. Because I went to the English teacher and said, there is not a word that says what I need to say, and I need to say this. So is it okay if I make up a word? And he said, yes, as long as you also provide the dictionary definition of that word as if it came from the dictionary. So I did. He let me skate on it. But me and him got along. We creatively understood each other. Which is good, because prior to him, I had an English teacher that I wanted to break every bone in her fucking body, because she was one of those miserable bitches that was not popular in high school and became a teacher so she could bully other students, especially those smarter than her, which was everyone, because she was really, 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 really fucking stupid. My last assignment for her was writing an essay, which took me all of an hour to do, but she thought that even though it was 5 pages and had a bibliography and footnotes and many quotes as requested, it fulfilled every requirement, it was probably the best written essay she got all year. just because of the literal fact that I wrote it in an hour. She made me sit at my desk doing nothing for 3 fucking days because she refused to accept it, which was the last assignment I had in her goddamn class, and then I would have moved on to other classes, but she literally prevented me from moving on for 3 days and made me sit there doing fucking nothing because she refused to accept an essay that was more than good enough and more than done, because in her idiot opinion, you can't write anything good in an hour. I also note that from my initial draft, even though she kept handing it back to me without reading it, I didn't change a fucking word. I just went to her like twice a day and said, "Okay, how about this?" And then she didn't look at it and handed it back to me and kept saying, "Keep working." Bitch, there is not a measure of good that fucking time equals. Okay? Do you know that John Hughes wrote the Home Alone movie and Home Alone 2 in a fucking weekend? Granted, he was like drunk and on crack, but that doesn't matter. He wrote two of the best movies ever in the span of like 48 hours each. So time does not equal good. Also, it took Stephen King like 5 years and a lot of cocaine to write It, which is like a 900-page nightmare of it sounds like it's on cocaine. So also taking a really long time doesn't make it good, because if you objectively look at it, the book It is garbage. It's fucking nightmare fuel, lunatic fucking garbage with some very questionable things in there, including an underage gangbang scene. Because again, this is a book brought to you by cocaine, but it's not good as it's written. That's why the movies are such problematic pieces of garbage. Like the original, the Tim Curry one, that's good. The remakes they did with the cast of Stranger Things, utter fucking garbage. Creatively bankrupt fucking shit that is not worth being put on screen. And I think they knew it at some point. It explains some of the creative weird. But they knew what they had. They knew it was fucking garbage. And they didn't even try to make it decent. There's ways you can make it decent, but you gotta cut a lot. Like, you could turn it into one good movie, but it's not a good two-parter because there's not enough there. And what is there is fucked up. There are laws about buying foreign-made aircraft. It doesn't make it illegal, but near impossible. That makes sense. For America, that does make sense. And there's probably like tariffs and import charges and stuff that make it like cost prohibitive. So yeah, I do kind of get that, as sad as it is. Because I'm sorry, but Boeing is going down. The writing is on the wall. The moving hand hath writ. They are gone. They're dying a slow death, but they are gone. So somebody needs to step up. If it's Elon Musk, if he goes from like SpaceX to, oh, we're going to manufacture commercial airliners because we have to, because we need them, I can see this happening. You know I'm right. You know there is a more than zero chance that that happens. I'm reading now because I'm getting behind again, and it's my fault. So me, shut up. I fell off a stepladder at Clayton's, twisting my ankle. I recall Paul Clayton hovering over me and shudder at the memory. Sawyer pulls up to the drop-off point and leaps out to open my door. I'll go park, ma'am, and come find you. Leave your briefcase, I'll bring it. Thank you, Luke. Why do you need your briefcase in the hospital? Put it in the trunk and leave it in the car. I nod and walk briskly into the buzzing ER reception area. The receptionist at the desk gives me a polite smile, and within a few moments she's located Ray and is sending me to the OR on the third floor. Nobody would direct you to the operating room. They would say, here is the nurse's station on the second floor where recovery is, where you can wait. Nobody is sending you up to the actual operating floor because they don't like people on that floor. OR? Fuck. Thank you. He was in an accident. Duh. I have no idea what the Jones Act is. I mutter, trying to focus in her direction. Trying to focus on her directions to the elevator. My stomach lurches as I almost run towards them. Let him be okay. Please let him be okay. All I can hear is the Albanian in my head because I read that Burst in the Sea. It's such a ripoff. The elevator is agonizingly slow, stopping on each floor because a child was in it before and pressed all the buttons. Did you ever do that as a child? I wanted to, but I was raised to be too much of a goody two shoes. Also, I was usually never alone, so I didn't get the chance. But it was one of those kid things I wanted to do. Come on. Come on. I will it to move faster, scowling at the people strolling in and out and preventing me from getting to my dad. Finally, the doors open on the third floor and I rush to another reception desk, this one staffed by nurses in navy uniforms. Can I help you? excuse me, excuse me, asked one officious nurse with a myopic stare. Fuck. What the actual fuck? Officious nurse with a myopic stare. Okay. My father, Raymond Steele. He's just been admitted. He's in OR4, I think. Even as I say the words, I'm willing them not to be true. Let me check, Miss Steele. I nod, not bothering to correct her as she gazes intently at the computer screen. Yes, he's been in for a couple of hours. If you'd like to wait, I'll let them know that you're here. The waiting room is there. She points towards a large white door, helpfully labeled waiting room in bold blue letters. I'm surprised she can read. Yes, I know her job. It requires that a ship that goes between two US that goes from two US ports be US built, US flagged, US managed, and verified US citizen crew. Only 20 something such ships exist. Requires that a ship that goes from two US ports be what? I feel like I need crayons and a map. What? And you're talking about boats. I'm talking about airplanes. Or does it apply to both? If it applies to both, I apologize for being stupid, but I don't live in there. I don't live in your world of very screwed up laws. So, honestly, sometimes I really do wonder how the US gets anything done. I really, really do. Because just the way the laws, like, work, any of it. Not the same, but parallel. Yeah. Kind of doesn't surprise me. Thank you, I murmur. But inside I'm screaming. I want to know now. I open the doors to reveal a functional, austere waiting room where Mr. Rodriguez and Jose are seated. Oh god, I was really hoping we wouldn't have to see Jose again. If Christian murders him, I'm okay. Anna, Mr. Rodriguez gasps. His arm is in a cast and his cheek is bruised on one side. He's in a wheelchair with one of his legs in a cast too. I gingerly wrap my arms around him. Okay, by the way, if he was in the same fucking accident, which apparently happened like 2 hours ago, and like I don't even think they would have an arm and leg cast done yet. Also, that shit takes time to set. So you would not be in a wheelchair moving around to a different floor. He would be in his own room somewhere else, still being attended to, and making sure that he's not like bleeding internally or some shit. Oh, Mr. Rodriguez, I sob. Anna, honey. He pats my back with his uninjured arm. I'm so sorry, he mumbles, his hoarse voice cracking. Oh no. Oh, Papa. Jose says softly in an admonishment as he hovers. No, Papa. Jose says softly as he an admonishment as he hovers behind me. When I turn, he pulls me into his arms and holds me. Okay, Jose, back the fuck off. Back the fuck off. You do not have permission to do the grab and hold thing, and if Christian sees you, he's going to break your neck. Also, I'm okay with this. No, Papa? What the fuck? What have I gotten into? What am I doing? What is my life? Why is my life? Why is this? Jose, I mutter, and I'm lost, tears falling as all the tension, fear, and heartache of the last. I was trying to see how much my face is actually blocked by this book. More than I thought, but it's hard to see. That's why ships go from Mexico or the Caribbean before heading back to a U.S. port. go to Mexico or the Caribbean before heading back to US port. I've read a lot about like cruise ship. Watch John Oliver on cruise ships. There's a reason a lot of people get murdered on cruise ships, especially spouses of unhappy people that don't want to be married, because it's very hard to prosecute any crime that takes place in the middle of nowhere because nobody owns it and therefore there's no laws. Oh, ow. And the heartache of the last 3 hours surfaces. Hey, Anna, don't cry. Jose gently strokes my hair and I wrap my arms around his neck and weep softly. We stand like this for ages, and I'm grateful that my friend is here. My friend who once sexually assaulted me, but I've apparently forgotten that because my husband does it on the reg, so I guess I'm okay with it. That was sarcasm. We pull apart when Sawyer joins us in the waiting room. Mr. Rodriguez hands me a tissue from a conveniently placed box and I dry my tears. This is Mr. Sawyer. Security, I mutter. Sawyer nods politely to Jose and Mr. Rodriguez and then moves to take a seat in the corner. Sit down, Anna. Jose ushers me to one of the vinyl covered armchairs. What happened? Do we know how he is? What are they doing? Jose holds up his hands to halt my barrage of questions and sits down beside me. We don't have any news. Ray, Dad, and I were on a fishing trip to Astoria. We were hit by some stupid fucking drunk. Mr. Rodriguez tries to interrupt, stammering an apology. Calumet, Papi. I'm assuming this is like either Mexican or Spanish. I can't remember what his ethnicity is. I apologize. Jose snaps, and I don't have a mark on me, just a couple of bruised ribs and a knock on the head. Meaning if he got hit in the head, he should also be under observation somewhere and not walking around unattended, because you don't mess with head injuries. R.I.P. Bob Saget. Dad broke his wrist and ankle, but the car hit the passenger side. And Ray. Oh no, no. Panic swamps my limbic system again. No, no, no. My body shudders and chills as I imagine what's happening to Ray in the OR, like you would know. There's a cruise that starts in Seattle and has to dock in Tijuana just so they can go back to San Diego, all because of that law. I bet the cruise industry loves that. I bet they don't have lobbyists trying to get rid of it. The cruise industry probably has some fairly good lobbyists. It makes the prices of goods so stupid expensive in Puerto Rico and Hawaii to protect American jobs. They're both part of America. Puerto Rico and Hawaii are part of America. So Puerto Rican jobs and Hawaiian jobs are American jobs, aren't they? I mean, Hawaii is a state. Puerto Rico is not a state. I don't really understand why, but Hawaii at least is a state. So how is that? How's a Hawaii job not an American job? And Puerto Rico is a like protectorate or a territory of the U.S., like the U.S. Virgin Islands and that shit. So how are those not American jobs when they're part of America? Sorry, I am not understand. Your ways are strange and confusing to me. Only those ships can transport their goods. I'm gonna need to watch a TED talk about this. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, trying not to drop the bookmarks. Usually over my head. Uh, he's in surgery. We were taken to the community hospital in Astoria, but they airlifted Ray here. We didn't know what they're doing. We're waiting for. Okay, so wait. I'm sorry. It's been fucking either it's been 3 hours or they were both taken to one hospital, treated for several hours. They both should have been kept overnight for observation at the very least. But Ray was airlifted here, so we're saying basically they were treated in record time in about 5 seconds at one hospital and then managed to make their way to another hospital to sit in the waiting room outside the ER where Ray is, even though they're both severely injured and should be under observation themselves in the first hospital that they were separately taken to. And again, presumably it's only been 3 hours, so that makes all of this fucking impossible. I'll agree with you. Even though I'm Canadian, so my politically supporting this position might be a violation of some international law. Yes, it's all my fault. You still owe me a duck. I take full responsibility for inspiring any and all tangents because they're good for people. More people should have tangents. Get your shit the fuck out. Don't hold it in. That's why people die at 40. Ugh. I start to shake. Hey, Anna, you cold? I nod, and in my white sleeveless shirt and black summer jacket, and neither provides warmth. Gingerly, Jose pulls off his leather jacket and wraps it around my shoulders. Because now he's Jacob in fucking, what's the one where they go into the mountains for no reason and he has to snuggle her to keep her from dying because they're stupid. Whether that was New Moon or Eclipse, I don't fucking know. I don't care. Shall I get you some tea, ma'am? Sawyer is by my side. I nod gratefully and he disappears from the room. I'm amazed Sawyer left the room after seeing another man hug Mr. Gray's property. Why didn't he shoot Jose on the spot for touching her? Because I'm pretty sure Jose is not on the proscribed list of visitors. In fact, I can almost guarantee that he's not. Why were you fishing in Astoria, I ask. Jose shrugs. The fishing's supposed to be good there. We were having a boys' get-together, some bonding time with my old man before academia heats up for my final year. Jose's dark eyes are large and luminous with fear and regret. You could have been hurt too. And Mr. Rodriguez, worse. I gulp at the thought. My body temperature drops further and I shiver once more. Jose takes my hand. We did not. This is the most. This is one of the sections she didn't change from Twilight fan fiction because this is not changed enough. I'm writing a fan fiction and I've changed shit more than this. And that's for something that I'm not even directly ripping off because I didn't copy paste entire sections of Silence of the Lambs or Hannibal the book or the scripts from the TV show. Don't ask me where I got them. I'm not going to tell. But I didn't copy paste any of them into my fanfic. I just read them for inspiration and did my own thing. PayPal. Okay. They're lying to my email because I don't see it. But give me a second because sometimes it's slow and stupid. Also, I have a vendetta against PayPal because I'm trying to repay someone overseas and it's only willing to give me like 42 cents on the dollar, even though the actual exchange rate is like over 10 cents higher than that. And they want to rip me off, and there's no other good way to send money across the ocean, which sucks. And it has to go through an exchange rate thing, which the Canadian dollar is like at a 10-year low. And this is not the time I need to be repaying international debt. But also PayPal does suck because whatever the actual exchange rate for the day for any given currency is, they are like 10 cents lower than it because they're greedy fucking bastards. Which is why I'm currently refusing to use them, but also I haven't found anyone who is capable of doing what they can do. Western Union? Is there Western Union in Europe? Do they exist in Europe? Well, specifically in the UK. Do they exist specifically in the UK? Because if they do, I think well, actually, I don't know if they currently exist in Canada. I know that they did at one time, but they may have gotten kicked out for being shady and sus in banking things and like international banking things. So I don't know if they still exist in Canada. They might. I've never actually used them, but I've heard of them. They had commercials with stagecoaches and horses. So I know they did exist here. It's entirely possible that they still do. But I know a lot of those check cashing, like instant money transfer places did get run out of the country for being shady and sus and breaking several finance laws, but they might still exist. And if they have Western Union in Europe, that's actually a good option. And I forgot they exist because I don't use them. Thank you, said Thale. You're very kind. Thank you. They're like in every Walmart? Really? They're in Walmart? That is weird. Because I only ever saw one of them here, and it was a standalone place, and it had hella security. It was the first place where I ever had to show ID just to walk in the door, and they had an armed security guard right at the door, and bars on the windows and stuff, and the tellers were behind windows with bars on them too. And you couldn't even go into the place where the tellers were because there was another guard with a gun and locked doors. And I was surprised they were allowed to have guns in public in Canada, but apparently they were. And they were for security for a place handling a lot of money, so I kind of understand. Yeah, here the Walmarts have McDonald's in them. And also, what am crazier is with McDonald's Walmart different than like regular Walmart? Oh, now I have email. Hold on, I have email. Aww. Adele, I was joking, but thank you. These two get Are you telling me to get ducked? Mm. All right. Walmart Money Center or run by wait, what? I'm sorry, I'm not understand. What? Walmart has money centers? Are they also a bank in the States? But we have two ducks. So I have to uncuff to draw the duck. Ow! I have to uncuff to draw the ducks because as I explained. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me get a bearing as to where this is on camera so I can make sure. It has to go this way. Don't ask me why. Okay. I'm only going to. Okay, am I still on camera? I'm on camera. Okay. Eyes are closed. See? Eyes are closed. Reaching in the bag. As soon as I find in the bag, it better still be on camera because I didn't move it up. Reaching in the bag. There is a dragon in here somewhere. I don't know where it is or what it feels like. This one. Okay, duck number 1 is this one. What is in my hand? I don't know. Help. Okay, I drew this. I don't know what it is. But Sethail, it's yours to name. I have a name that's jumped into my head, but it's yours to name, also to identify. I'm gonna say it's female from the eyelashes and the hair. But I don't know what this is. Cyclops duck, I'm suggesting. But whatever you would like to name this, it is yours to name. So we will decide what this is called. Is it okay? I'm leaning towards Cyclops duck, but okay, let's go for the second duck while we discern that. Okay, so again, eyes are closed, completely closed, completely closed. Hopefully the bag is still on screen. It's here. Like to toss them up, give them all a good feel, and then see which one winds up in my hand, and it's this one. So whatever this is this. Okay, this I'm saying, this is Dalmatian duck. Why does it have a red mark on its throat? There's like a bump there too. Why does it have a slash mark? Is it a dead Dalmatian? I don't want a dead Dalmatian. Clopsy. Okay, for some reason the name Eloise came to my mind, but I don't know why. And are we okay with it being the Cyclops duck? Am I okay to call it that? And yes, this is definitely the Dalmatian duck. It's a bow tie. That's what I was thinking, that it's a bow tie. It's just a very bad one. But look at the tail. Look at the tail on our Dalmatian duck. That's an impressive tail. I like it. Look. Ah! I dropped it. Ah! Okay, but look at the ears. Look, it's got Dalmatian ears. It's got floppy ears. It's got floppy ears. Okay, I love this. This is my second favorite duck now. You like Eloise better? So can we have Eloise the Cyclops duck? Eloise the Cyclops duck, and we need a name for our Dalmatian. I know both the names of the parent dogs in 101 Dalmatians if anyone doesn't remember. Not that I'm saying you have to pick that, because you can pick whatever you want. But this... I know you know! I know you know! Yes, Pongo is one of them. The other one is Purdy. Yes! I knew! That's what I was thinking too! Yes, Pongo and Purdy. And because it has a bow tie, it's a boy. Therefore, it's Pongo. Okay, so we have Cyclops duck, Eloise, and we have Dalmatian duck, Pongo. To go with our other draw of the day, which is Cow Duck, which doesn't have a name. And person who sponsored Cow Duck, I know that you're watching now, so name the Cow Duck, please. I'm really going to make the better stage because you can't even see the new additions, and I'm very sorry about that, but I will fix it. And I know what I'm building it out of. I just didn't have the time to do it because it's actually quite a big project when I get down to it, and I didn't want to start in half-assed and have it look like crap. So, yeah, that's why it's not done yet. But I have it in my head. I just need to actually build the thing because I need to build it in a way that I can put it away because it's going to be really big. So I need to build it in a way that I can fold it down and put it away. So that's going to take some engineering feats on my part. But I know what I'm doing. I'm making big promises for next week and promising a new duck stage and the burn video in the same week. And I have to get back to body cam videos because the ones I pre-recorded to cover over the holidays are out. And I have to finish Life is Strange. Because for anyone who doesn't know, I've been playing Life is Strange Double Exposure on live stream. I'm through 2 chapters. I got up too many theories. Don't get me started or we'll be here all night. And we're already way behind because I'm talking too much. But we got about 15 or so ducks left. And then I'm going to have to acquire new ducks. As I said, there are many options for ducks. Yeah. Could you move this stage to where the bowl is behind you to be on sight the whole time? Oh, so like way back by the window. I could. I can't do that right now. So I'm sorry, I cannot do that right this exact second. But I can move the new ducks to the front and push some of the other ducks over for now so that the new ducks can be seen and shown off properly until I get the new stage built. I'm sorry if you're feeling unappreciated, people who sponsored the ducks. I'm doing the best that I can. I made my ducks disorderly. Okay, there. There. Now the new ducks are visible. Yeah, I could maybe put it behind me. That would be a better idea, because, yeah, it's the camera angle. So, yeah, that would be, if I could put it on the table to the side maybe and move the toaster, like, away, but I like it there. But I'll get rid. But, yeah, we'll figure it out. But, yeah, the new duck stage is going to be awesome. It's going to be very awesome. All right, we got about 13 pages left, so in half an hour, so we're going to be over time, but that's okay. Why is my... I'm wondering, like, why is my mic wire under my arm? It's because the mic has been pushed up. Where is my dog? My dog has not been seen in too many hours. Like, where is he? He's got to be on the couch. Part of me want... Okay, I'm taking a 5-minute... I'm taking a 2-minute break because I gotta go bathroom. Okay, and to check on the dog because now I'm paranoid. But we're taking a 2-minute break. It's my first break all night, so that's pretty good. Yes. Yes, I'm just checking on the dog, who is on the couch and looking at me like I'm sleeping, wagging his tail, because he's a good boy. We ate too much food and now he's fat and wants his belly rubbed. Yes. No, no, I'm just back. I want my belly rub. No, my belly rub. No, puppy. Where's the kitty? Little baby. Sleepy baby. Okay, for girl time to pee, that was hella fast. Because, we have a few more steps than you males. I don't own a shiwi. Though sometimes I would like one just for practicality and also just to try it because why not? Oh, and now I need to refill my glass because this is the last push of the evening and I need one. Ow, 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 miss. Ow. Uh. Okay, doing this one-handed sucks. When you only push up on one side of those things that have two tabs and you push on the button on the top to make it open, it goes really slow. Okay, back to the pointless chapter that will impact on nothing, even if he dies. Anna, I'm so sorry. Mr. Rodriguez, please, it was an accident. My voice fades to a whisper. Call me Jose, he corrects me. I give him a weak smile because that's all I can manage. I shiver once more. The police took the asshole into custody. 7 in the morning and the guy was out of his skull. Jose hisses in disgust. Okay, you have no reason to be bitching about somebody else's drunken antics when you got so drunk you sexually assaulted the woman standing in front of you and seem to have gotten away with that with absolutely no consequences, personal or professional or criminal, when you should be having those consequences but aren't. And she still somehow tolerates your useless existence in her life. Sawyer re-enters, bearing a paper cup of hot water and a separate tea bag. He knows how I take my tea. Yeah, because he was probably given a fucking dossier on your personal likes and dislikes and told to obey it at all times or else. Excuse me. Excuse me. Mr. Rodriguez and Jose release my hands as I gratefully take the cup from Sawyer. Excuse me. Do either of you want anything? Sawyer asks Mr. Rodriguez and Jose. They both shake their heads, and Sawyer resumes his seat in the corner. I dunk my tea bag in the water and, rising shakily, dispose of the used bag in the small trash can. Okay, honey, if you dunked it once, you are just drinking a cup of hot water. You are not drinking tea because you have to let tea, even in a bag, sit for a while to make the tea. I heard a pet. And yes, confirmed puppy is on the couch being a puppy and being a very sleepy, fat puppy. And he has been an exceptional suck the last few days, so it's probably why he's taking a break. Also, when I'm loud and animated, he tends to stay away because he's not sure what's going on or if it's his fault. I'm trying to explain, but he's a puppy. Okay, again with this shit. This is the same. So they'll pounce, please. Attack with all due fangs and claws. This is the same website as before, so I'm being targeted now. Somebody has decided that my stream is the place to drop the same link again. Okay, whoever you are that keeps doing this, do it again, see what happens. FAFO, and I am the wrong bitch to fuck with. Do you understand me? So take your whatever URL and keep it off my goddamn channel, or I will make you very, very sorry. Not that I don't know this is being done by spam and troll and bot accounts that don't matter, but I will see every one of them deleted. This happens again next week, I escalate things. What's taking them so long? I muttered to no one in particular and take a sip of my hot water with no flavoring. Daddy, please let him be okay. She's never called him Daddy, I swear to God. We'll know soon enough, Anna, Jose says gently, and I nod and take another sip. I take my seat beside him. We wait and wait. Mr. Rodriguez with his eyes closed, praying, I think. And Jose holding my hand and squeezing it every now and then. Christian's gonna beat the shit out of him. I slowly sip my tea. It's not Twinnings, but some cheap, nasty brand, and it tastes disgusting. Oh, how quickly we got bougie. It's a hospital. Don't expect good food. This is why even hospital staff are like, no, the food in hospitals is fucking shit. It's terrible. It's made by the same people that make foods for prisons and school lunches, but mostly prisons. So it has the nutritional value of nothing. It has the taste of nothing, and the vending machines are stocked with Snickers and sugary Gatorade crap. Like, this is why I've seen, like, hospital staff that are like, "Oh, no, bring food from home because any food you find in the hospital is the cheapest, nastiest garbage ever." And that includes what they serve the patients, which is literally the same shit they serve to prisoners, and it's usually fucked up. Like, my mother spent half my life in and out of hospitals, so I'm very familiar with hospital food. It's garbage, and there's no good reason for it whatsoever. And you think people who are recovering, they would want to feed good food and nutrition, but it's about money. So that's why they serve the fucking, like, might as well just be straight up corn syrup made of sugar fruit cocktail shit. Like, even to my mother who is diabetic, they would serve her that fucking fruit cocktail out of a can that has about 1 billion grams of sugar to a diabetic. And they're like, "Oh, but it's the fruit portion." No, it's covered in fucking syrup and it's so goddamn fucking sweet that me as someone who's not diabetic would get a sugar rush from it and a headache. And no, it's not fruit anymore because you candied it, literally. You soaked it in so much sugar and syrup that it's now candy. It's not fruit anymore. And you serve this to a diabetic. Don't get me started on hospital. This chapter, I'm realizing this chapter's triggering me because we're reading about being in a hospital, and that's apparently enough to trigger me. I need therapy. I knew this, but my therapist, my last therapist retired, unfortunately. He had brain cancer. Retired and passed away shortly thereafter. He was definitely the best therapist I'll ever have. I miss him a lot. They definitely need to be under psychiatric care at the moment, but that's not easy to do. Especially when I don't have a health card at the moment or an actual family doctor to recommend anyone. And there's like a 5-year wait list for psychiatrists. And because of my level of disorders and the fact that I have DID, means there's like maybe 3 qualified people in the entire country that can take me on, and none of them will. So what I'm saying is it's a 10-year process to even get me to anyone who could help me, and by then we'll all be dead. I remember the last time I waited for news, the last time I thought all was lost, when Charlie Tango went missing. Closing my eyes, I offer up a silent prayer for the safe passage of my husband. I glance at my watch, 2:15 p.m. He should be here soon. My tea is cold. Ugh. How did it get cold in 2 seconds? I like the Twitch is supporting you. I say let Twitch turn you into the villain. You're not the villain when you're defending young women of virtue and honor such as myself. Please clip that. Yes, I have scared my relatives by doing my impression of the Wicked Witch. Literally made one of my cousins cringe once because one of my older cousins had bet him that I could do it, and then when I did, he got scared. He was like 11. It was kind of mean, but also I got dared to do it, and he thought I couldn't do it, therefore I had to do it, and I didn't mean to actually scare him. I was just trying to show off that I could imitate the movie. I didn't think he'd get scared. I felt bad about it after. Time crawls slowly. Suddenly the door opens and we all glance up unexpectedly. My stomach nodding. Is this it? Christian strides in. Of course he does. I'm amazed he hasn't bought the hospital yet. Who thinks he's in negotiations to buy the hospital? His face darkens momentarily when he notices my hand in Jose's. Yeah, because there's never a time for him not to be a jealous douchebag and make this all about him. Christian, I gasp and leap up, thanking God he's arrived safely. Then I'm wrapped in his arms, his nose in my hair. Not the time, bro. And I'm inhaling his scent, his warmth, his love. A small part of me feels calmer, stronger, more resilient because he's here. Oh, the difference his presence makes to my peace of mind. Any news? I shake my head, unable to speak. Jose, he nods in greeting. Christian, this is my father, Jose Sr., Mr. Rodriguez. We met at the wedding. I take it you were in the accident too. Jose briefly retells the story. Are you both well enough to be here? Christian asks. No, is the answer to that. No, they shouldn't be here. Uh, we don't want to be anywhere else, Mr. Rodriguez says, because this is bad writing. His voice quiet and laced with pain. Christian nods, taking my hand. He sits me down and takes a seat beside me. Have you eaten? He asks. Oh, we're back to the anorexia bullshit. I shake my head. Are you hungry? I shake my head. But you're cold? He asks, sighing Jose's jacket. He's gonna burn this jacket. I nod. He shifts in his chair, but wisely says nothing. The door opens again, and a young doctor in bright blue scrubs enters. He looks exhausted and harrowed. All the blood disappears from my head as I stumble to my feet, like there was anything there to protect. Ray Steele, I whisper as Christian stands beside me, putting his arm around my waist. Why would he be in this room if you're not fucking stupid? I've been in this room. Fucking stop, stop. My nose is itching. My nose is itching. I'm stupid. You're his next of kin? The doctor asked. His bright blue eyes almost match his scrubs. Under any other circumstances, I would have found him attractive. Why are you thinking this? I need to rant now because I've been in this room when my mother was dying. I was in this fucking room with various people, most of whom I didn't want to fucking be there, but I was 17 and it wasn't my fucking call. And so I was in a room with idiot people that didn't want to be there, sitting around waiting for my mother to actually die because she was already dead. But life support's a thing, and it shouldn't be sometimes, but it was. And we were literally keeping her on life support so that my grandparents could drive down from Kingston, which they somehow turned a 4-hour trip into an 11-hour trip, and I couldn't reach them for 6 hours. And I was screaming on the payphone trying to fucking reach them because they decided to stop and get my aunt and uncle and then go for dinner because when I called them in the morning and said, my mother's dying, get your asses here, apparently they couldn't just fucking do that. No, they had to turn it into a family goddamn reunion and not take it seriously like anything fucking else and leave me stranded for 6 hours alone when I'm 17 and everyone's asking me to make choices and there's no choices and she's dead already, but everyone's making me choices and asking me to say shit and then I had to do a thing and they didn't show up for 10 fucking hours and then they want to act like everything's fine and I'm drinking more wine and shutting up and I'm deleting this from the internet forever. Also, it was totally illegal for me to make any choices at the hospital, even though I was next to kin because I was only 17. I said I was getting triggered. Also, I hadn't seen my grandparents or the idiot aunt and uncle they picked up in like 10 fucking years. Because they abandoned us and didn't fucking care, but it was required that you call them when somebody's dying because I guess that's a thing. Not that they gave a flying fuck. And then 4 years later, we argued over burial when they realized I hadn't put on a grand funeral. Being 17 and having no money, they wondered how I couldn't afford the $4,000 to have ashes put in a hole in the wall after my mother specifically said, and I quote, "Don't spend money on me after I'm dead because it's stupid." We then got into a marathon fight, and an aunt I hadn't spoken to has always been abusive called and yelled at me for making my grandmother cry over my mom's ashes being in an urn instead of being in an urn in a hole in the wall in a cemetery because somehow that's better with a plaque and a stupid date that nobody's ever been to and I don't even know where it is and I'm her daughter and I literally don't know where it is because I basically had to say to my grandmother, okay, if you want to spend $4,000 on that, go ahead, but you're doing it in this city, not in Kingston, and that's the way it is. And I think she did. I don't actually know because I don't care. And that doesn't mean I don't care about my mother. It means I know dead is dead and I don't believe in spending money on the dead or upholding an industry where you pay $4,000 to put ashes in a hole in the wall for nobody to visit for the next billion years. Why in the hell is that a thing? And also, why couldn't my idiot family understand that a 17-year-old with no money doesn't have $4,000? And then they wanted to complain about the fact that she got like a government funded funeral that was very cheap, but they didn't, and they have money, okay? Let's be clear. My family has money. I don't. And my mother didn't because we were the black sheep of the family. My grandparents and my uncle, especially, my uncle's a fucking multimillionaire. He could have funded the funeral with change in his couch. But did either of them bother to offer to fund a respectable funeral according to them and their goddamn Catholic beliefs? No. No, they didn't. They didn't offer to provide a dime. And they looked at me, a 17-year-old girl living on her own, making her living off $200 a month. They expected me to fund a lavish funeral to show off to their ritzy idiot friends. Because, by the way, their friends were the only ones at the funeral. My grandparents' friends, all of whom I didn't know. And I heard over half of them whisper to my grandparents, "Where's Susie's daughter?" Because they didn't even know who the fuck I was or whose funeral they're even fucking at. They showed up because they were my grandparents' friends. And that's it. They didn't know the person being buried. They didn't know me, and I didn't want to know any of them. I'm going to stop talking now. I'm going to stop talking a lot. Because this triggered the fuck out of me, and I should have been better controlled, and I wasn't. Hospital shit fucks me up. Okay? I know how my mom died. She committed suicide in the hospital, and everyone stood around and watched. They called and blamed me for it, like I was supposed to fucking go down there and fix it. And they all stood around and watched her do it. Bunch of medical staff watching somebody refuse insulin for 48 hours and doing nothing. I'm not crying. Shut up. Where am I? I'm his daughter, Anna. Mrs. Steele. Mrs. Gray, Christian interrupts him, because even now he has to be a narcissistic jerk. My apologies, the doctor stammers, and for a moment I want to kick Christian. I'm Dr. Crow, your father is stable but in critical condition. What does that mean? My knees buckle beneath me, and only Christian's supporting arm prevents me from falling to the floor. He suffered severe internal injuries, Dr. Crow says, principally to his diaphragm, but we managed to repair them and were able to save his spleen. See, that right there is already like anti, because the spleen is an unnecessary organ. I'm not saying like, it's unnecessary though. So if it's damaged, the prudent thing, especially if you're in an emergency, is to remove it. So that wouldn't be an organ they would necessarily fight to save if there are other injuries. Oh yeah, they let her. And what's more, we were having a fight at the time. That's why she did this, because my mother was extremely emotionally manipulative, and I had moved out a year before and said I was never moving back, but she didn't believe me. And so, coming up on a year, she kind of started to believe me that I was never coming back, and I was moved out on my own, and that was that. And I didn't want to know her because she was a horrible mother and abusive and whatever. And there were things I found out after she died that blah, blah, blah. But she was doing it to emotionally manipulate me because she was demanding that I come visit her in the hospital, which I had been doing every day, but it was extremely abusive to me, and I was in school full time, so I didn't have time to do this. And I lived 3 hours away. So the commute was hell, and I wasn't getting any sleep, and I was trying to be in school. Not that she had any respect for that ever, because reasons, but basically, yeah, she refused to take her insulin and was trying to manipulate me into coming to visit her, and I said I wouldn't take it anymore, and no, I'm not coming to visit. And the nurses called me all fucking day begging me to come down because she won't take her insulin unless you come visit her. Your nurse is in a fucking hospital and she's having a psychotic break. Do something. But no, instead, professional nurses and doctors called a 17-year-old girl and said, well, you need to come down here and give in to her emotional blackmail and abuse so that she'll take her insulin. And then they let her die when I said, no, I'm not going to give in to that. Believing that, no, they wouldn't let her actually commit suicide, but oops, they did. Um, what does that mean? My knees buckle beneath me, and only Christian's supporting arm prevents me from falling to the floor. He suffered blah, 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 blood loss, managed to get unfortunately, he suffered cardiac arrest during the operation because of blood loss. My nose is itching again. You ever hear that thing where if your nose or like one of your hands itches, it means something? Like one of those superstitious things? We managed to get his heart going again, but it remains a concern. However, our gravest concern is that he suffered severe contusions to the head, and the MRI shows that he has swelling in his brain. We've induced a coma to keep him quiet and still while we monitor brain swelling. Tell me, okay, way to tell me you didn't fucking research anything when you say that a medically induced coma due to brain injury is to keep a patient quiet and still. Go fuck yourself, you evil bitch. Like, the things I have done in-depth research on for a fanfiction no one is reading is way outpaces this. If I would have at least Googled that. Brain damage. No. It's standard procedure in these cases. For now, we just have to wait and see. What's the prognosis? Christian asked coolly. Mr. Gray, it's difficult to say at the moment. It's possible he could make a complete recovery, but that's in God's hands now. Also, no doctor in the history of fucking ever says something is in God's hands. They don't fucking talk like that. Also, they're not stupid, and most doctors are agnostic. Because, again, they're people of science! And they would never say this, especially not knowing what religion somebody is. You could offend somebody so hard. It depends on how his brain responds. Usually 72 to 96 hours. Also, that is bullshit. The answer with brain injuries is meh. Oh, so long. Can I see him? I whisper. Yes, you should be able to see him in about a half an hour. He's being taken to the ICU on the 6th floor. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Crow nods, turns, and leaves us. Well, he's alive, I whisper to Christian, and the tears start to roll down my face once more. Sit down, Christian orders gently. Papa, I think we should go. You need to rest. We won't know anything for a while. Jose murmurs to Mr. Rodriguez, bye bye, who gazes blankly at his son. We can come back this evening after you've rested. That's okay, isn't it, Anna? Jose turns, imploring me. Of course. Are you staying in Portland? Christian asks. Jose nods. Do you need a ride home? Excuse me. Jose frowns. I was going to order a cab. Luke can take you. Sawyer stands and Jose looks confused. Luke Sawyer, I murmur in clarification. Oh, sure. Yeah, we'd appreciate that. Thanks, Christian. Standing, I hug Mr. Rodriguez and Jose in quick succession. Stay strong, Anna. Jose whispers in my ear. He's a fit and healthy man. The odds are in his favor. I'm sorry, did Hunger Games come out when you were writing this? I think she was watching Hunger Games. Going with that for this chapter. May the odds be ever in your favor. I hope so. I hug him hard, and then releasing him, I shrug off his jacket and hand it back to him. Keep it, if you're still cold. No, I'm okay, thanks. Glancing nervously up at Christian, my hands are starting to go numb. I see that he's regarding us impassively. I need to loosen the cuffs, and yet I don't want to, which is a weird contradiction. Yet they won't go any tighter, nor will it make any difference, but I can't feel my thumb. Christian takes my hand. If there's any change, I'll let you know right away. I say as Jose pushes his father's wheelchair towards the door Sawyer is holding open. Mr. Rodriguez raises his hand and they pause in the doorway. He'll be in my prayers, Anna. His voice wavers. It's been so good to reconnect with him after all these years. He's become a good friend. Now I have less than no idea what their actual relationship is, nor do I care. I know. And with that they leave. Christian and I are alone. He caresses my cheek. You're pale. Come here. He sits down. He's going to shove food down her throat, isn't he? Pulls me into his lap, folding me in his arms again, and I go willingly. I snuggle up to him, feeling oppressed by my stepfather's misfortune, but grateful that my husband is here to comfort me. He gently strokes my hair and folds and holds my hand. How is Charlie Tango? I ask. He grins. Oh, she was Yar. I don't know what that means. He says, quiet pride in his voice. It makes me smile properly for the first time in several hours, and I glance at him puzzled. I gotta adjust this. Ow. Aw. Ow. Okay, that was too tight. Meow. Ow, 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 ow. We got about 5 pages left, FYI. It's the last chance to buy any more ducks or make me chug. Ugh. I don't know what she was Yar means. Because I've seen that applied to like ships, but not helicopters. It makes me smile probably for Yar. It's a line from the Philadelphia story, Grace's favorite film. Oh, I've heard of that. I've been recommended to watch that. It's the Tom Hanks fired for AIDS story, I believe. I really should watch it because I'm way behind on my history. Either will do. For $50 you can watch me do either. I can tie. I can put the tie on really tight if you want to see choking while chugging. I'm not sure that wouldn't be fatal, but I'll try. I don't know. I think I have it on Blu-ray at home. You can watch it and make out. He kisses my hair and I smile once more. They're in the hospital room where her father is in critical condition, has been put into a medically induced coma from which people do not usually recover or live. And he's saying, oh, we can go home and watch a gay herstory movie and make out? Jesus Christ. I know you didn't. I was teasing and being a little evil. I'm sorry. Sorry, my psychopath side is trying to protect me. Because I said vulnerable shit and got emotional, so now my evil side is like, no. Add on a fresh coat of lacquer and more armor. We must be more evil and protected and keep people away at all costs. Because people know our vulnerable shit, and therefore we are vulnerable because information is power and they can hurt us now. And yes, anyone who knows your personal shit has the ability to nuclear annihilate you. That's my world, at least. You know anything personal, that makes you a danger. Can I persuade you to eat something? I knew it. I knew he was going to go for the food. Yes, my smile disappears. Not now. I want to see Ray first because she knows what he's doing with the food. His shoulders slump, but he doesn't push me. How are the Taiwanese? Amiable, he says. Amiable how? Aw, Sadale, you're so cute. You really are the most cute. I do love you too. And I do love you so much. There is a duck dragon in the bag that I really want to be yours. They let me buy their shipyard for less than the price I was willing to pay. He's bought a shipyard? That's good. He really is Richard. Wait. No! It was! I was trying to remember the movie Pretty Woman because I think he does what the guy, what Richard Gere in Pretty Woman does. Why are my eyelashes sticking together? I wasn't crying. Shut up. And I think he does what Richard Gere does in Pretty Woman, where he buys companies that are in trouble and then he sells them off for the pieces and it's worth more than the whole and it's like Monopoly and he doesn't like gets bored of it. But it wasn't Richard Gere in Pretty Woman buying a shipyard? Wasn't that the thing? Wasn't that the thing? When they went to dinner and the slippery little suckers with the escargot and she's wearing the dress from Bridget from the thing? Wasn't it he was buying a shipyard? Wasn't it a shipyard? This is the scene from Pretty Woman. I think it was. And then he like has a change of heart and he's like, no, I want to help you save your company. Because other people might still buy it, but you're a good, respectable man who just wants to protect people's jobs. I know I'm talking very fast. I'm a girl, so that have you not? I'm a girl. I can talk at 300 words a minute to where only we can go ultrasonic where only other females can understand us. I've literally seen cops on videos, one of which is coming out next week, say to a female officer arriving, he literally said, thank God you're here because I need a translator. And she looks at him like confused and kind of worried and is like, what did she speak? And he's like, hysterical female, help me. Because he was willing to admit that even though this lady was sober, she was hysterical and like speaking in that ultra high pitched tone that we can get sometimes, and he could not understand a word that she was saying. So props for admitting it. And also, I got makeup on my hand, and now it's on the book, and it's black, and it's not okay. I'm reading, shutting up. I'm reading, because there's like 5 more pages, and I'm reading, and then I need to go hit myself in the head with something very heavy and eat a lot of chocolate, and I don't have a lot of chocolate, but I'm going to imaginarily eat a lot of chocolate. Because there should be a lot of chocolate. And I didn't go to Comic Con this year and get my 1 year supply of fudge that I always get, which is this big, but I make it last a whole year by only eating a pinch of it at a time because it's really good and I can only get it at Comic Con. And I didn't go to Comic Con. Yeah. He's become a good friend. I know that the Liam is bugging her about food. And I bought a shipyard. But I thought you had a shipyard over here. I do, but we're going to use that to do the fitting out. Build the hulls in the Far East. It's cheaper. Okay, since it came up earlier, how is he building ships in the Far East that he then plans to use in the US because it's cheaper to build them there? Doesn't that violate a certain act we talked about earlier? What about the workforce at the shipyard here? We'll redeploy. We should be able to keep the redundancies to a minimum. He kisses my hair. Shall we check on Ray? He asks, his voice soft. Okay, so he's evil Richard Gere. He's officially evil Richard Gere if he never met Julia Roberts and had the, oh, I want to be a good guy awakening. He's evil Richard Gere because he's going to buy the shipyard and then fire people in America. The ICU on the 6th floor is stark, sterile, functional ward with whispered voices and beeping machinery. 4 patients are each housed in their own separate high-tech area. Ray is at the far end. I got yelled at in the ICU once after nobody stopped me because I was apparently in a room with a highly contagious person, which was my mother, and I was wearing a gown and gloves and all that crap, including booties over my shoes, and none of it fit me because I was like 12 and it's made for adults and they don't make it in kid size, and I felt ridiculous. Also, I was the only person in the room wearing it. Nobody else was. And then I went out to the nurse's desk to say, like, can you please do this thing? Because my mom asked me to get this thing. And I stood there for 10 minutes while all the nurses ignored me and ran around me until I had to shout and say, excuse me. And then the nurse just looked at me and said, did you just walk out of that room, which by the way is 5 feet from where I'm standing with an open door, and said, you're wearing all that? And she's like, you need to go back in that room, take all that protective gear off, and then walk out here because you can't walk out into the main area wearing the protective gear. The fucking door's open, you stupid bitch. And also, nobody told me that I couldn't walk to the desk, which is 5 feet from the door of the room, you idiot, wearing the protective gear, which nobody else was wearing. But I was wearing, and it didn't include a mask over my face because I'm asthmatic and I'll die if you do that. Especially when I was 12, I would die a lot faster, so they didn't. Because I literally couldn't breathe. At that point, I literally couldn't breathe with a mask over my face. Thank God by the time COVID happened, I was good for 20 minutes, but literally only 20 minutes. So you better believe I timed going out really, really fucking carefully. Because literally I would drop the ground and pass out after having my nose and mouth covered for 20 minutes. Collectively, one or the other, you have more time, but both at the same time, 20 minutes is more than the limit. Then I'm going to pass out. Wait, again, I'm having the did I miss a page moment, and I don't want to know, but I'm also compelled to look by being a perfectionist. It's not easy to turn pages like this. Daddy, I'm gonna I'm gonna blacklist that word from being in publication. He looks so small in the large bed surrounded by all the technology. No hospital beds are fucking large. They're usually too small. Shut up. It's a shock. My dad has never looked so diminished. There's a tube in his mouth and various lines, excuse me, pastor drips into a needle in each arm. I'm gonna vomit, I'm gonna vomit, I'm gonna vomit. No, I'm not. I might. I reserve the right to vomit. And Neil James owes me a new keyboard if I do. The small clamp is attached to his finger. I wonder vaguely what it's for. His leg is on top of the sheets encased in the blue cast, and the monitor displays his heart rate beep, beep, beep. It's beeping strong and steady, and I know this. And the more I move slowly towards him, his chest is covered in a large, pristine bandage that displays beneath the thin sheet, protecting his modesty. I realize the tube is pulling at the right corner of his mouth, leads to a ventilator. The noise is whirring beep, beep, beep of the heart monitor and the progressive rhythm of the beat, sucking and spelling, sucking, spelling, sucking. Time with the beat. There are 4 lines on the screen, and the heart monitor each moving steadily across, demonstrating clearly Ray is still with us, oh daddy. Even though his mouth is distorted by the ventilator, TB looks peaceful, lying there, fast asleep. The petite young nurse stands to one side, checking his monitor. Can I touch him? I ask her, tentatively reaching for his hand. Yes, she smiles kindly. Her badge says Kelly RN, and must be in her 20s. She's blonde with dark eyes. Why do I fucking care what the nurse looks like? You stupid fucking writer, author, fucking. I'm trying not to use see you next Tuesday word. Kristen stands at the end of the bed watching me carefully, and I clasp Ray's hands, surprisingly warm, and that's my undoing. I sink into the chair by the bed, place my head gently against Ray's arm, and start to sob. Oh, daddy, please get better, I whisper, please. Christian puts his head on my shoulder and gives me a reassuring squeeze. All Mr. Steele's vitals are good, Nurse Kelly says quietly. Thank you, Christian murmurs, and I glance up in time to see her gape. She's finally gotten a good look at my husband. I don't care. I can gape at Christian all she likes, as long as she makes my father well again. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? She's afraid her father's about to die, and yet she's noticing that the nurse is noticing how hot her husband is. Yeah, because they're going to have a three-way with the nurse in the closet because Christian needs to take his stress out on something and Anastasia's not going to be willing. So yeah, she'll give him a free pass to fuck the nurse in the closet like James Bond in the Goldfinger episode movie where he is at some kind of a health spa and he's in a back machine and somebody turns it up too high trying to kill him, which how would that kill you? I don't know. But then the nurse is like, please don't tell anyone I left you unattended. I could get fired. And he's like, my silence could have a price, which literally he's like, let me fuck you and then I'll shut up. And then he takes off her nurse's uniform and absolutely commits rape because she was saying, I don't want to get fired. And he's like, well, if you let me fuck you, I won't report you. And so that's rape. But James Bond rapes a lot of women and they don't like to talk about it, but it's true. Can he hear me? I ask. He's in a deep state, but who knows? Can I sit for a while? Sure thing. She smiles at me, her cheeks pink from a telltale blush. Incongruously, I find myself thinking blonde is not her true color. Seriously. Sure thing! She smiles at me. Christian gazes down at me, ignoring her. I need to make a call, but I'll be outside. I'll give you some time alone with your dad. He's in a coma. Go home. Call you when when he wakes up. I nod. He kisses my hair and walks out of the room. No, I'm not sentimental, and I don't believe people in a coma can hear you. I hold Ray's hand, marveling at the irony that it's only now, when he's unconscious and can't hear me, that I really want to tell him how much I love him. This man has been my constant. There's no point to this scene. She's going to leave, he's going to wake up and be fine, and it will have no consequence on anything, so why am I reading this? I really want him to tell him how much I love him. This man has been my constant, my rock, and I've never thought about it until now. I'm not flesh of his flesh, but he's my dad, and I love him so much. My tears trail down my cheeks. Please, please get better. Very quietly, as not to disturb anyone, I tell him about our weekend in Aspen and about the last weekend when we were soaring and sailing aboard the Grace. I tell him about the new house and our plans, about how we hope to make it ecologically sustainable. I promise to take him with us to Aspen so we can go fishing with Christian and assure him that Mr. Rodriguez and Jose are both be welcome and too, and please be here to do that, Daddy, please. So she's begging him not to die. And how are you not disturbing? Who else is even in the fucking room? Only you and Christian went in the room and he left, so you're not disturbing anyone else because there's no one else in the room. Ray remains immobile. Did you think he was magically going to wake up because you mentioned a new house? Shut up. The ventilator sucking and expelling the monotonous and the monotonous but reassuring beep 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 of his heart monitor is only response. When I look up, Christian is sitting quietly at the end of the bed. I don't know how long he's been there. Hi, he says, his eyes glowing with compassion and concern, neither of which he's capable of, because again, psychopath. Hi. So I'm going fishing with your dad, Mr. Rodriguez and Jose, he asks. So he's been sitting there listening to everything, just letting her rant. I nod. Okay, let's go eat. Let him sleep. I frown. I don't want to leave. Anna, he's in a coma. I've given our cell numbers to the nurses. I'm siding with Christian on this one. I'm sorry, but I have to. He's doing it for selfish douchebag reasons. So he's still an evil person for the reasons that he's doing this, but he's right. Leaving her sitting there crying, stressing, worrying by a guy next to even her father who is in a medically induced coma. I remind you, medically induced, and therefore he doesn't have a chance of coming out of it until they lift the drugs, which is not going to be for a couple days. So there's nothing to be gained by sitting by the bedside. You should go home. And I know it's hard, but you should go home. Try to do normal things. Try to think of anything else, even partially, for at least a little while. And yes, I know how impossible that is, because at one point during the day, I got sent home. And I crashed immediately into a coma in the bed, and then got woken up like, I don't even know, 3-4 hours later, told we better emergency come back to the hospital right now. So that was the whole thing. And yes, sex via coercion is still rape, and she was fucking to keep her job. I think it's in the one called Goldfinger. It's on CinemaSins. Where were we? If there's any change, they'll call us. We'll eat, check into a hotel, rest up, and come back this evening. He's right in this case. I hate to say it, but he is right. The suite at the Heathman looks just how I remembered it. Oh, we're back in the same hotel where he first roofied her. How sweet. How often I have thought about that first night and morning I spent with Christian Grey. I stand in the entrance to the suite, paralyzed. Geez, it's all started here. Home away from home, says Christian as his voice soft. Excuse me, putting my briefcase down beside one of the overstuffed couches. Do you want a shower? A bath? What do you need, Anna? Christian gazes at me. I know he's rudderless, my lost boy, dealing with events beyond his control. He's been withdrawn and eh, contemplative all afternoon. This is a situation he cannot manipulate or predict. This is real life in the raw, and he's kept himself from that for so long. He's exposed and helpless now, my sweet shattered 50 Shades. Her father is dying, and she's concerned about him. A bath. I'd like a bath, I murmur, and where I'm keeping him busy. Keeping him busy will make him feel better. Useful, even. Oh, Christian, I'm numb and cold and I'm scared, but I'm so glad you're here with me. Because he's so useless, you have to micromanage his emotions when you can't even deal with your own right now. Because you're more focused on him than you, because he's not capable of being focused on you. Bath. Good. Yes. He strides into the bedroom and out of sight into the palatial bathroom. A few moments later, the roar of water gushing in to fill the tub echoes from the room. Finally, I galvanize myself into following him into the bedroom. I'm dismayed to see several bags from Nordstrom's on the bed. Christian re-enters, sleeves rolled up, tie and jacket discarded. I sent Taylor to get some things. Nightwear, you know, he says, eyeing me warily. So he showed up, went to the hospital, and then sent his manservant slash slave to shop for clothes for her. Cause he's like, oh, she came straight from the office. She doesn't have anything with her. Go buy some nightwear and underwear and socks and shit. I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't appreciate, because I would, but priorities, and clearly, again, if we want to know where his priorities are, there it is, because he just told you. Of course he did. I nod my approval to make him feel better. Where is Taylor? Oh, Anna, Christian murmurs. I've not seen you like this. You're normally so brave and strong. When? I don't know what to say. I merely gaze wide-eyed at him, and I have nothing to give right now. I think I'm in shock. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to keep the pervading cold at bay, even though I know it's a fruitless task, as this cold comes from within. Christian pulls me into his arms. Baby, he's alive. His vital signs are good. We just have to be patient, he murmurs. Come. He takes my hand and leads me into the bathroom. Gently, he slips my jacket off my shoulders and places it on the bathroom chair. Then, turning back, he undoes the buttons on my shirt. The water is deliciously warm and fragrant, the smell of lotus blossoms heavy in the air, sultry air of the bathroom. What? I lie between Christian's legs, my back to his front. This is their new favorite position. My feet resting on top of his were both quiet and introspective, and I'm finally feeling warm. Intermittently, Christian kisses my hair as I absent-mindedly pop the bubbles in the foam, because again, she's a child. His arm is wrapped around my shoulders. You didn't get into the bath with Layla, did you? That time you bathed her, I asked. He stiffens and snorts, his hand tightening on my shoulder where it rests. No. He sounds astounded. There's 4 dots in between. He totally did. He totally did. He's lying. He's lying his ass off. He totally did. I thought so. Good. He's lying. He's so lying. This is the biggest lie in the history of ever. He tugs gently at my hair knotted into a crude bun, tilting my head around so he can see my face. Are they gonna fuck in the tub while she's grief? Is there gonna be grief fucking? Because I don't approve. Why did you ask? I shrug. Morbid curiosity. I don't know. Seeing her this week. His face hardens. I see. Less of the morbid. His tone is reproachful. How long were you going to support her? Why do you care? You were yelling at him for threatening to cut her off. He should support her for the rest of her life. She earned it. Until she's on her feet. I don't know. He shrugs. Why? Are there others? Others? Exes who you support. There was one, yes, but no longer, though. Oh? She was studying to be a doctor. She's qualified now and has someone else. Another dominant. Yes. Okay, so one of them. So there was another one that, again, after he was done with her, he did stay involved with at least enough to pay for her education until somebody else took it over because he felt he had to. Again, I'm saying he didn't do any of this out of caring or love or any of that shit. This was out of guilt. It's out of guilt because of the way he treats them and he knows it. He's not oblivious to what he does. He knows what he does. He just gets away with it because he's rich. Layla says you have two of her paintings, I whisper. I used to. I didn't really care for them. They had technical merit, but they were too colorful for me. I think Elliot has them. As we know, he has no taste. Oh, sick burn at Layla! Because he just insulted her, saying that, like, basically she's a crap artist. I giggle and he wraps his other arm around me, sloshing water over the side of the bath. He's better, he whispers and kisses my temple. He's marrying my best friend. Then I better shut my mouth, he says. I feel more relaxed after our bath. Wrapped in my soft Heathman robe, I gaze at the various bags on the bed. Geez, this must be more than nightwear. Tentatively, I peek into one. A pair of jeans and a pale blue hooded sweatshirt, my size. Holy cow! Taylor's bought a whole weekend worth of clothes, and he knows what I like. Well, duh, they were probably sat down and drilled into it like, what do you think? Dumb bitch. I smile, remembering this is not the first time he shopped for clothes for me when I was at the Heathman. Apart from harassing me at Clayton's, have you ever actually gone into a store and bought stuff? Harassing you? Yes, harassing me. You were flustered, if I recall, and that young boy was all over you. What was his name? Paul. One of your many admirers. I roll my eyes and he smiles a relieved, genuine smile and kisses me. There's my girl, he whispers. Get dressed. I don't want you getting cold again. Again, he could not care less about her in the history of ever. We have 2 pages left. We are down to 2 pages. Ready, I murmur. Christian's working on the Mac in the study area of the suite. He's dressed in black jeans and a gray cable knit sweater. I'm wearing the jeans and hoodie and a white t-shirt. You look so young, Christian says softly, glancing up, his eyes glowing. And to think you'll be a whole year older tomorrow. His voice is wistful and I give him a sad smile. I don't feel much like celebrating. Can we go see Ray now? Is it her birthday? It's her birthday? We didn't know this. Nobody thought of. Why is Christian not freaking out that the $500,000 party he planned for her is gonna have to be canceled? Well, not freaking out, but also saying it in an oh god, we're gonna still pay everyone but not have the party. Did he plan nothing for her birthday? Because that's saying it's his birthday or it's hers. I'm confused. Yeah, it's her birthday. So has he planned nothing for his new wife's birthday? Really? Like he's not having to call and cancel shit? Or tell the caterer to give the food to the local homeless shelter? Or something like that? Sure. I wish you'd eat. You barely touched your food. Christian, please, I'm not hungry. Maybe after we've seen Ray. I want to wish him good night. We arrive at the ICU and we meet Jose leaving. He's alone. Anna, Christian, hi. Where's your dad? He was too tired to come back. He was in the car accident. He was in the car accident this morning. Jose grins ruefully. What? Why are you telling? What? He was in the car accident this morning. We know this! As much as this entire 2 chapters has been a case of recurring, we know this! We know this! We know this! Dear God, somebody save me. Help. I need help. I need an adult. Please clip that. And his painkillers have kicked in. He's out for the count. I had to fight to get here to see Ray since I'm not next of kin. And? I ask anxiously. He's good, Anna. Same, but all good. Well, there's that. See you tomorrow, birthday girl. Sure, we'll be here. Jose eyes Christian quickly, then pulls me into a brief hug. Manana. Good night, Jose. Goodbye, Jose. Christian smiles. Jose nods and walks down to the corridor. He's still nuts about you, Christian says quietly. Correct. No, he's not. And even if he is, I shrug because right now I just don't care. That's the appropriate response. Christian gives me a tight smile and his heart melts. Well done, I murmur. He frowns, not not frothing at the mouth. He gapes at me, wounded but amused too. I've never frothed. Let's see your dad. I have a surprise for you. Oh God, he's get. If they have hospital sex, uh, if they have hospital sex, I'm going to vomit publicly. Standing at the end of Ray's bed is Grace, deep in discussion with Crow and a second doctor, a woman I've not seen before. Seeing us, Grace grins. Oh, she's a doctor, right? So she's gonna be like doing the snap snap thing. Oh, thank heavens, Christian. She kisses his cheek and turns to me and folds me in her warm embrace. Anna, how are you holding up? I'm fine. It's my father I'm worried about. He's in good hands. Dr. I can't. I'm sorry, the name is playing havoc with my dyslexia because it's pronounceable in different ways. Sluder. I can't pronounce that and I'm not going to try. Greets me very formally. She's very short haired and elfin, with a shy smile and a soft southern accent. As the lead physician for your father, I'm pleased to tell you, what is it, Sluder? I'm calling her Sluder. As the lead physician for your father, I'm pleased to tell you that all is on track. His vital signs are stable and strong, and we have every faith that he'll make a complete recovery. The brain swelling has stopped. That's not how brain swelling works. And shows signs of decreasing. That's very encouraging after such a short time. That's good news, I murmur. She smiles warmly at me. It is, Mrs. Gray. We're taking real good care of him here. Great to see you again, Grace. Grace smiles. Likewise, Lorena. Dr. Crow, let's leave these good people to visit with Mr. Steele. Crow follows in Dr. Sluter's wake to the exit. I glance over at Ray, and for the first time since his accident, I feel more hopeful. Dr. Sluter and Grace's kind words have rekindled my hope. That you lost when? Grace takes my hand and squeezes gently. Anna, sweetheart, sit with him. Talk to him. It's all good. I'll visit with Christian in the waiting room because neither of them wants to be here. I nod. Christian smiles his reassurance, and he and his mother leave me with my beloved father sleeping peacefully to the gentle lullaby of his ventilator and heart monitor. Learn how to write a sentence. I slip on Christian's white t-shirt and get into bed. There is a time jump there. We're in a new scene. This is the last page. You seem brighter, Christian says cautiously as he pulls on his pajamas. Yes, I think talking to Dr. Sluter and your mom made a big difference. Did you ask Grace to come here? Christian slides into bed and pulls me into his arms, turning me to face away from him. Huh, interesting. He wants anal tonight. No, she wanted to come and check on your dad herself. The fuck she did. How did she know? I called her this morning. Yeah, see? He manipulated his mom into doing this to make her feel better for no other reason. Oh, baby, you're exhausted. You should sleep. I murmur in agreement. He's right. I'm so tired. It's been an emotional day. I crane my head around and gaze at him a beat. We're not going to make love? And I'm relieved. In fact, he's had a totally hands off approach with me all day. Oh my god, at the time when my father is dying and I'm concerned, my BDSM rapist husband has the fucking respect to not make me do anal tonight when that's clearly what he wants. But he's not making me do it tonight because he understands I'm stressed right now because someone in my family is dying. Jesus Christ, sit down. I need you. Help me. Save me. But is there any line that more underscores that she has accepted that her marriage is a fucking false fantasy? That in reality, she's just a hired, paid for, enslaved fuck toy. Like, this is her saying, yeah, my only purpose is that he fucks me every night and constantly sexually molests and abuses me, and that's what I'm here for. And I get this lavish lifestyle and all the money and shit because of that. But this is her seeming to know her place in this grand scheme of shit. I wonder if I should be alarmed by this turn of events. Oh, how dare he not make love to me when I'm concerned my father is dying. And this is the one moment when I can say he has like a modicum of self restraint, though I'm sure there's an evil reason for it. I wonder if I should be alarmed by this turn of events, but since my inner goddess has left the building and taken my libido with her, I'll think about it in the morning. I turn over and snuggle against Christian, wrapping my leg over his. This also says that she knows that her only value to the relationship is that she provides him sex. And she's not able to do that tonight because he's not taking that tonight because he's trying to be like human. But she knows that her only value is giving him sex whenever he wants it, and at the very least, once a night in bed, and by him not taking that, she's feeling threatened. She's feeling vulnerable and like he's about to cast her aside because he's not using her for her only purpose. You know, that is what she's there for. She's there to be used for sex, and she knows it. So when he doesn't do that, she feels vulnerable and like he's going to throw her away because he's not using her for the only thing she is of any use for and why he bought her and kept her captive and brainwashed her and buys her $30,000 shiny diamond bracelets. Promise me something, he says softly. It's a question that I'm too tired to articulate. Promise me you'll eat something tomorrow. I can just about tolerate you wearing another man's jacket without frothing at the mouth, but Anna, you must eat. Please. Okay, this is my final argument on this book has subtones of eating disorder. I acquiesce. He kisses my hair. Thank you for being here. I mumble and sleepily kiss his chest. Where else would I be? I want to be wherever you are, Anna. Being here makes me think of how far we've come, and the night I first slept with you. Those are appropriate thoughts right now. Ew. What a night that was. I watched you for hours. You were just. Yar, he breathes. I still need to know what this means. I smile against his chest. Sleep, he murmurs. It's a command, and I close my eyes and drift. End of chapter! Jesus Christ. Okay, we're only 30 minutes late, so that's really not so bad. And wow, that was so much crap and utter unnecessary because Ray's going to wake up and be fine. This is all going to be unnecessary. There's a reason this book is 600 pages and it shouldn't be. The others are all over 100 pages, some 200 pages. I think they're both actually 200 pages less than this. There's a reason for that. Who let her do this? Who let her do this? Don't let her do this. She's not capable of this. This is bullshit. And I'm really tired and not drunk. I should be drunk. I've only had 3 glasses of wine. I'm not drunk. But I should be. And I need to be. And I need to get away from all of this in perpetuity. Because Jesus, none of this is worth it. Christ. And there's like how many? We're only on page 373 out of 578. And then there's 3 more books of this from his point of view. Help. Since I think I've scared off everyone in the known universe, she totally could. Because you know how J.K. Rowling, between when she was delayed on one of the Harry Potter books, I think it was the last one. It might have been the 6th one. I think it was the 6th one, actually. When she was delayed on it because she needed more time to make more bullshit, she put out the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and then one other. There were 2. There were 2 like not Harry Potter books that she put out to basically mollify and keep fans interested between books 5 and 6, I believe. One of them was Fantastic Beasts, which then became that movie series. But there was another one as well that I don't remember. But she did that spin-off crap, like, and kind of pioneered it. And now there's whole movies based on it, and Johnny Depp's not in any of them, and they're making more Pirates without Johnny Depp, which, yeah, those movies sucked like 4 movies ago. So it doesn't matter what they do, it's still gonna suck. And it doesn't matter that Johnny Depp's not in it, and Johnny Depp is not as innocent as the world would have him believe. Okay, I'm sorry. I watched the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. They're both toxic evil people who abused each other. He is not some innocent fucking lamb. Don't ever fucking think that. Don't think that he's so fucking innocent, pure as the driven snow, and has never done anything wrong. Did he do half the things she said? I have no idea. Some of them probably not. But did he definitely do some of them? Yeah. Is he perfect? No. Is anyone? No. Is he a drunken cocaine user who definitely like went on tangents? Like people forget there were articles when they were filming Pirates 5 and was it 5 or 6? I think it was 5 that he was last in. The last one he did. There were articles long before their divorce was even announced that he had gone on drunken 1 week benders and disappeared from set and cost the production hundreds of thousands of dollars a day by disappearing to do cocaine with Marilyn Manson for a week. And that was like 7 years before their divorce or the trial. And yet people forget that that existed, that there were articles about it, that, yeah, he did horrible things. And he's an addict and he's like mean sometimes. And we all love him in movies, but that doesn't make him a good person or a good partner. Nor is she. She's equally evil. Do I think she was the one leaking to the tabloids? Yeah. Do I think she equally did drugs and a lot of like drinking and was equally abusive? Probably. But it goes both ways. Like, that's my point. It goes both ways. They're both equally responsible. Why does he get a free pass and she gets painted as evil? No. These are two toxic people who mutually abused each other and should never have been in a relationship. And that's what this book is. And that's my point. That's what this book is. These are two toxic, evil people. And Anastasia wasn't that way when Christian met her, but he corrupted her. Basically, that's what it is. He corrupted her. He drew her into his world. Now she, as we're seeing more and more, she's becoming more like him. She's becoming more dismissive of people's emotions, of situations. She's certainly subjugating her own emotions and needs to play to his. Because even when her father is the one dying and she's stressing and going out of her mind, and I've had a parent die, I know what that does to you, she's still concerned about him. And she's worried that, oh, he didn't make me have sex with him tonight, so something must be wrong. Because she knows that he couldn't possibly be having a compassionate, kind, caring moment. But I've had enough of this tonight, and I'm going to bed, and I'm getting food, and well, mostly I'm getting food, and then eventually I'll go to bed. But right now I'm getting food. And that was it for tonight. We got new ducks. I'm happy. I already Pongo and Eloise and Cow Duck. It doesn't have a name yet. I will get back to everyone on what Cow Duck's name is. But we do have new ducks, and it will work on the new stage, so hopefully they'll be shown off much better next week for everyone. And thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone that supported tonight and has done so for the whole new year. This is our last stream of the year. Next year it will be 2025, and it'll be a whole new year, and I'll have a whole new tie because I'm gonna sew it. Like I said I would. I've not forgotten. I'm gonna sew it. We're gonna have the book burning video, and I'm gonna have a new tie that I'm gonna sew because I figured out how to do it in my head and have a new stage. That's a lot to promise in 1 week, but I will not let you all down unless I do. But I mostly won't, or I'll try very hard. Until then, take care of you. Please love a fur baby. Thank you all so much for being here. I genuinely mean it. And thank you to everyone who has supported this channel over the past year. I really, 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 really mean it. You're all angels of absolute mercy and piety and generosity that I don't deserve. So thank you so much. But have a good night, everyone. Have a good Saturday. Have a good weekend. Have a good New Year. Celebrate, ring it in, be loud, post videos. Let me know what you did and say hi. Until then, live a fur baby. Love yourself so much. And I will see you all next week. And I love you all so much. Thank you for being here. Have a wonderful New Year. Thank you for supporting this channel all year. I have been Insane Lane. Goodbye.